You are guest.
Welcome back to Getting Worked. It's your boy Jarrett. I am hanging out here with my boy Ian. How in the hell's it going, my man?
Going on, man? We were sitting there talking before the stream got going. We were like, how long has it been since there was a pay-per-view? It seems like decades have gone by. Good Lord.
Dude. At least a good month and a half. The last pay-per-view was February 28th, Elimination Chamber. In the short month, it really did feel like there was very little lead time going into Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
To have it on the 28th. And maybe they felt like they needed to get some ducks in a row to lead into WrestleMania to make it happen. Sure. But, you know, they probably should have given Elimination Chamber at least another week.
Yeah.
But they could have done it. And I'm not sure how it could have interfered with maybe some other, like maybe like AAA or NXT or anything else. And also, I mean, you know, you get these venues kind of way relatively way out in advance, especially Allegiant, because that's a hot spot. Like that venue's always going. There's something happening there all the time, which is also the issue with Vegas.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, which would also be interesting to see if Vegas gets a basketball team. But we're not talking about basketball. The reason why we started so late is Ian and I started talking about basketball, and then it got us like, waylaid
completely
other conversations.
We started the stream at 10 Eastern, which is 2 hours ago.
I also had to do a quick store stop.
Yeah. But our attempt to start this was 10 Eastern. So it's midnight now. Exactly.
Eastern.
Yes, Eastern. It's 10 o'clock your world, is it though?
It is.
Yeah, there we go.
It is. This is the one good thing about being in Mountain Time is you're not so far back from Eastern Time as Western Time, but it's weird. Nothing hits at like what seems like a organic time.
Right. No, I know what you mean.
Especially from growing up on the East Coast, but also so much is geared towards the coast. So it's either geared towards the East Coast or the West Coast time zones. And so I'm either 2 hours off or I'm 1 hour off. It doesn't matter.
Either way, it's just,
But either way, at 5:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 Mountain Time, and various different times depending on where you live, WrestleMania Night 1 will fire off on this Saturday evening. So let's talk about this, because especially with these 2-night events, which also then just kind of compounds things from a coverage perspective, especially from a prediction perspective, and just from a and that might be again why they're figuring out where they might need more lead time, because there's just so much going on to pack into 2 nights. It's insane.
There's a lot to pack into 2 nights, but this, I guess the last couple of years we've heard the rumblings of this, talking about the planning and just it's seeming real haphazard. This year seems worse than years previous, but maybe I'm having revisionist history kind of fitting, but it just seems like it's a
bad, especially from a logistic standpoint, an operational standpoint. Bad moves tend to compound if they're not addressed quickly.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's what they're running into now. And I think a little bit is boiled down to where before, when things were running under Vince, good, bad, and ugly, everything going on with him. And it's not so much that I would say that I would want Vince back in particular, but you had a much more streamlined organizational structure.
Yeah, because everything flowed to one person.
Now we have TKO involved, which starts to bring in a lot more complexity to things, because they're looking at this type of event from a completely different perspective than what WWE and professional wrestling for the last 40 plus years has run under. And so now, not to say that there can't be some lessons learned through that, but ultimately I think there's way too much of TKO's influence coming through. Let me put it this way. Vince wouldn't have advertising emblems for other companies on the mat.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Regardless of who Goblin Paul is.
No.
They wouldn't have Prime bottles sitting on carts on the side.
Yeah.
And that's his name now, by the way, officially all throughout time. I'll find that it's not just true, but based, and what I do truly believe is going to be historically accurate is that Goblin Paul doing his little goblin dance, as he is between me and Ian, is going to be truly his moniker moving forward. I'm pushing a hashtag Goblin Paul. Actually, I need to add it to the stream. I'll put it on for the stream this weekend. Hashtag Goblin Paul. Little Goblin Paul is going to be sitting here, kind of just doing his thing to the music. He's a true form white bread white boy. So his rhythm's a little off, as you'll notice. And I think that to my point though, TKO has probably been a bigger component of bringing in some of these streamers into the mix more than I think Vince would. Now,
Vince wouldn't have gotten it, but Vince, Vince doesn't know what streaming is, but
Vince doesn't know what anything.
He doesn't know what streaming is.
Apparently, some really freaky stuff with interns.
Yeah. It's a total different stream. Just chatting. So the Vince would bring in celebrities. Like Vince started that bringing in celebrities. So it didn't really matter the celebrity, what the celebrity was.
He probably would. I mean, I'm not saying so much that he wouldn't have brought in necessarily some streamers into the mix. I think the problem is that TKO does I think the other problem with TKO is that whereas like WWE, good, bad, or ugly, did really try and extend themselves out to as many people as possible. Like how many people can we get out to these seats? And there is no limit. Vince did not understand what a limit was to his reach.
Right.
He did not speak that language. TKO tends to, way overpriced. Hey, what's up, Flob y'all? Yeah, hey man, I agree with you. And I think TKO had a serious impact into the pricing. Vince did it for families. Sure. I mean, again, it's funny looking at this context. Vince did a lot of things right. Obviously he did, because he built what.
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to say. Vince. Yes, WWE doesn't. First off, WWE doesn't sell for what it sold for if Vince did everything wrong. WWE is out of business if Vince did everything wrong. Everything wrong. Like, he would have lost the Monday Night Wars had he been doing all the things wrong.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So you got to give the man his credit where it's due. Yes. Was he a complete pervert? Absolutely. Was he a lot of other things? Pervert's probably like the best thing he was. Absolutely.
I think, I would say, I would argue that as billionaires go, the pervert side of it was the worst part of it from a moral standpoint. Business is business, and there's arguments to be made around how he managed that. But especially until it's kind of as a later run, good, bad, and ugly all together as a package, you can't argue with the product presented. Because of anything else, that the fact that it sold, people bought it, and to Flavel's point, I mean, he did really try and drive it to where you could bring in, other than maybe the Attitude Era. Well, it's kind of like, it's kind of like that Vegas kind of
families are, he may have helped some families start, depending on what you work on. So that's you never know.
He might have. But
I'll be okay with a little bit more Attitude Era if we bring that back for just a little bit. That's okay.
We're kids of the '90s. You were kind of in the teenage night, especially if you're a teenager in the '90s.
Yeah,
and that Attitude Era was just it hit the spot. It hit the right spot at the right time.
Good times.
But I think TKO is unfortunately looking at it too much it's bringing in a little bit too much of the worst of boxing.
They're doing the bad stuff. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah,
it's the worst. It's like the worst aspects of UFC, especially from a product perspective, has become all the worst things that boxing was back in the 80s.
Yeah, for sure.
You could take a family of 5 to watch AEW for the same price of one WWE ticket.
I'm not sure you get that's not a good seat for WWE. That's probably a cheap seat, and you can still take 5. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Jared and I looked at tickets. Well, we went to see Cena's last match, and those tickets were insane.
The background behind us is a picture from that venue.
Yeah, from that. Yeah, insane. Like the ticket prices are insane. Yeah, you can't take a family. No, you can't take yourself. So yeah, they're definitely gonna. Anytime they start addressing it, even if it's in tongue in cheek on screen, people are hearing it. Like you start addressing it on camera, the company hears it. There's no way. Ticket sales are down. Anytime they start giving you 25% off a week or two out from the event, you know what's going on. What did we look up? What was the one that we looked up for WrestleMania? Because we were like, we weren't going, but like, okay, let's just take a look, for giggles.
It was telling me like, don't go buying tickets.
I was like, don't do it. And Jared's like, challenge accepted. Let me go look.
Until I looked at the price.
And then he said, challenge unaccepted. You take the challenge and stuff it. We're not
I
doing
will take a mulligan on that one.
Yeah. No more challenge. Challenge is not going to be a thing.
It priced me out of the challenge. It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. And
it was a number that didn't even make sense.
It also equates to some of the pricing controversy with WWE 2K26. Some of the stuff where like you have like your season passes and you can buy maybe if you don't feel like grinding through to get like maybe some of the different characters and stuff like that, you just want to play with them. And then for a good while, fine, fair enough. There's a business to saying, okay, if you don't want to do the grinding, you can pay to bring in the characters that you would have to grind for. Okay. But the pricing, one guy put off shout out to Stephen Larson. Stephen Larson did a calculation on what it would cost him at the time the game came out, where it would cost him like $600.
$600 for a game, for a video game,
to open up all the things that might have been like. So let's say the game sold for like $60 to $70.
Sure.
Off the pop.
Yeah.
So then maybe like $100 more. You could basically get everything. You could basically buy in to where you get all the stuff. And it's kind of that cost versus time calculus. Right?
Sure.
So they were basically putting in things on top of things on top of things, skins of people on top of skins on people, along with individual characters, right? So like, whereas you might get like 5 or 6 characters for a season, and then boom, 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 and again, all sold maybe $170, all said and done.
Right.
They would break it out to where like you would get like one of those characters along with a bunch of extra like aesthetic stuff. And then boom, boom, boom. And then all said and done, by the time you got to the end and you ended up with all the characters that you would have gotten in last year's version, it was like $600 some.
Which is crazy. Yeah, everything. I mean,
that's
hey,
TKO.
as a company,
That is
your job is to make money, but that's absolutely ridiculous.
The Monday Night War edition costs $150. Oh, that's the other thing. They've got like more editions than there are pages in the Bible. Like it's ridiculous. It's like they've got all these different editions on top of editions. And here's the trick. There's nuances and differences to the different editions. You don't,
of course,
you get a certain, so if you buy one edition, you get this piece, and you get this other edition, you get this other piece. And I think that's where, like, I think Fly By Alls, like he was talking about, like, yeah, that edition, you get the Monday Night War edition, you get the NWO and all this other stuff, right? Okay,
sure.
Great. But there's a bunch of fluff built into there. But then by the time you like buy out like these different editions, yeah, it's like $600, man.
That's insane. That's insane.
And so, no, there's no reason for that. There's nobody needs to do any of that. There we go. So yeah, Monday Night War costs $150. It's dumb, and it's like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, I mean, I don't mind grinding a bit. I mean, if I'm playing the game and it's something where if I'm doing something that I would be doing in the game anyway, that's fair enough. But my understanding is like, yeah, the milestones to hit the things is also been exaggerated. It's been extended out. It's been put in a position where you can't reasonably, do it. Because, well, they want you to buy it, like, oh, I'm fed up with this shit. I'll just buy it.
That's just crazy.
Yeah. So, but we have heard word that some of the pricing's been going down because they realize that, well, okay, yeah, we could have the tickets cost this much per ticket, but it doesn't matter
in the world that can afford
if it
this.
Doesn't, yeah.
Right.
Same thing's going to happen with the PC market. Mark my words.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely.
You're going to get nobody buying anything. And then next thing you know, okay, fine. Yep. You know what? Yeah, you're selling shit at a premium, but if nobody's buying your shit, then your shit ain't worth shit.
You priced out the market. All right. But
all right. The match.
That is absolutely. Let's jump to night one match. Are we starting with your boy?
Yeah, I think because again, the actual like order of the card is never really,
you never know,
truly exposed, right? So so I'm working off of what is kind of the current expectation for at least.
We're just going to go through the matches that are supposed to happen as of right now, not necessarily the order.
Well, that's the other thing too. What reason why I'm starting with this is because the highest level of expectation is that the 6-man tag match with the Usos and LA Knight. And let me I had it primed up and then it switched on me. Is going to be the first match, and then they're facing what is basically left of the Vision. Logan Paul and Austin Theory.
Is that a thing anymore? Even the Vision?
I'm not sure.
Whose Vision? Were they blonde?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Goblin Paul and Austin Theory, and then I Show Speed. I know he had a slight kind of glimpse of things. I mean, here's the trick, man. Here's the trick. Bad Bunny exists. To be fair, for what he's been able to do, for what he's been working with, Jelly Roll exists. So I Show Speed at the very least needs to. He's small.
He's small. He's in shape though.
But he is in shape.
He's younger and he's in shape. So right off the top, he has a distinct advantage. With that said, he's also behind the scenes putting in the work. I'll give like he's not one of those dudes that's just like I'm going to look at the product presented to me at the time it's presented to me. I'm going to try to not attach too much to this. And remember, he's also a reluctant teammate of those two.
Well, storyline wise, right.
Yeah.
So he's not trying to. And they're probably trying to do that to hedge their bets.
Oh, absolutely. They need to distance him from Logan Paul. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that, but also kind of just so that if he doesn't quite if he doesn't quite, show up, or if it's not, he's not really truly quite there. Because there's one thing to be in shape, and there's a whole other thing to be in wrestling shape. And I'll give credit where credit is due, and I'll say his Christian name. Logan Paul, as big of a waste of space of a human being that he actually is.
You couldn't do it.
I said Logan. I gave him his. Stop me when I tell lies.
I was wondering how long before that line was going to come up in our stream.
The fool can actually go. And I've said it before. The guy can go. The guy can do the work. And again, because what I'm saying is a different thing to be in shape. There's a whole nother ball game to be in wrestling shape and actually be able to do that.
Absolutely. Sure.
We've seen plenty of athletes come into the wrestling ring and look like absolute bungling idiots.
Sure.
This
Absolutely.
is different. There's nothing like this. There is nothing like this. Maybe like a circus type of scenario, maybe.
Sure.
Well, if you think about it, kind of the athleticism and the different work, the things to make the moves look good, it's very similar. This is where I got started in the carnivals. So we got the Usos in LA Knight, and we got the Vision and some random streamer that they picked up off the street. Okay. So, because I'm putting more crap on I Show Speed's name. One, because I know some of the shenanigans that he's done on stream, but also because he's attached to Goblin Paul. So it's kind of I've got two streamers and basically the guy Austin Theory that's probably more than likely going to get pinned in this match. I'm sorry. I'm giving it to the Usos in LA Knight. It just seems like it just seems like a slam dunk to me.
I don't think it's close.
I can't see who out of that other side of the park that you can maybe, because LA Knight's
it's always the storyline, right? It's always what else are you gonna, what can sell the next thing. Honestly, we were joking about the Vision and like, is that still a thing? Is it still a thing? Where are you going with this?
It's
what you got. Just let it die. Kill it. Put it out of its whatever misery.
Going out with Brock Lesnar, who has nothing to do with the Vision, and they don't address that at all. Because they don't have a big enough name to cause a stink. It's the Vision kind of had like. It's kind of like somebody.
The Vision is blind.
The Vision, I'll tell you what the Vision did. The Vision was kind of like somebody, like a video gamer running a speed run through the Judgment Day.
How fast can we go?
How fast can we burn this thing to the ground? They just mainline that shit
And don't get me wrong. I mean, it was a lot. It was bad luck after bad luck after bad luck after bad luck.
Fair enough.
You can't predict injuries. It's like, basketball or football or any other sport. When it comes to that, you can't predict injuries. You can't.
Nah, that's fair enough.
When your star quarterback goes out, and your star offensive lineman, and your star wide receiver, and your star running back, hard to have a group of 6 people. I guess it was a 6 by the end. So originally, 4.
See, I guess my problem is that
when you lose your top guy, the guy that you're trying to build, and the next guy below him, I don't care what stable. If it was NWO back in the day and you lost Hogan, Hall, and Nash
right before
yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? So
I granted. Look, I will give them that. Okay. Here's the problem. As soon as they added Goblin Paul into the mix, effectively they became to me what the Dallas Cowboys are, which basically means if the entire team gets sick with dysentery, I'm not losing any sleep. So I don't care. But you're right. You are right. You are technically right.
Yeah. They lost everybody. Anyhow, so what are we going with? We're going with the Usos, LA Knight.
I'm going with the team of LA Knight and the Usos to get the match. And my expectation is that it will be Austin Theory, because he just seems to be the pin man. Yeah. Still to this day. But fine, fair enough. So let me okay, wait a minute. I scrolled down way too far. Okay. So let's move. Well, let's get the women's multi-tag match out of the way too, just because these kinds of multi-tag matches are just a mess.
It's everywhere.
Do you have something that actually has the list of at least the slated contestants?
This is Nia Jax, Lash Legend versus Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, versus Bayley and Lyra Valkyria. Excuse me, and Nikki and Brie. So Bella. Okay. So the Bella twins. That's that one.
Right.
And these are tough to call. These are tough to even, not tough to watch. I mean, they're great to watch, but they're tough to follow. There's a lot of stuff happening. It's almost like a Royal Rumble. It's
kind of part of the spectacle of it is that it's just throwing in some chaos into there. Yeah. It's purposefully designed chaos, right?
Yes.
Now, adding to the chaos, there's a bit of a hitch here where there's some potential for Nikki Bella to not be cleared in time to make it for this match.
Do we know what's hurt?
I don't know. I don't know what it is exactly. It's not like she has the big contusion on top of her forehead like Liv Morgan.
Exactly.
So it's not something obvious that I'm aware of. I think it's just some health things, but also, I mean, she hasn't been wrestling in any way.
She's not young either. I mean,
not young. She's been a mom. She's been a mom is what she's been doing for a long time. Which is tough on its own road. But again, like we talked about, as tough as moms
it's a different kind of tough.
That's a different thing than step back into that ring.
Absolutely.
Long roundabout way. I'm not exactly sure what the specifics are. The current idea, and it makes sense that if for some reason Nikki's not cleared and the Bellas actually have to bow out of this, the Kabuto Warriors? Kabuki. God, Kabuki. I wanted to say Kabuti.
Different thing. That's the other string. Different string.
Different thing. I should check out Amaranth's stream for that.
That's it.
The Kabuki Warriors are supposed to be the replacement, right? Now, if the twins are in the match, the current trend is for the Bella Twins to win it. And it's kind of a give them a last belt, kind of similar to AJ, which we'll talk about later. But I think, and I think right now,
go ahead.
So this is because I haven't really been paying that much attention. If the Bella Twins are in, I'll go with the field and say, okay, fine, the Bella Twins. If the Bella Twins aren't able to make it, my guess is going to be Bailey and Valkyria.
I would go with Nia and Lash.
Just to retain it and then just maintain.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think they're going to, if they do that, they could build them as sort of a women's version of the Twin Tower type of deal.
What I was thinking of was who could be like, if they already have a storyline established, if the idea is for the Bella Twins to win, and then they have a storyline established to move forward with the either as a tag team, but also maybe it could have been something where then they feel maybe they have an opportunity to move Lash Legend in as a singles.
Yeah, eventually, and that's what it would be. It would be basically them. I could see them going. So you bring them along. Lash, they have nothing but high hopes for her.
And so I feel that Bailey and Valkyria could be a good stand-in. Well, the Kabuki Warriors, to be fair, but I feel like, if you want something to be a bit more of a change of pace too, then that Bailey Valkyria kind of combination.
Be fair.
In terms of a stand-in for the Bella Twins, right? So you could bring the Bella Twins in to maybe beat later to then give them the belts. That's kind of what I'm wondering here from like a long-term storytelling perspective, right?
Now, as far as like a one-off, as far as just a match and within the match just having a heck of a match, honestly, subbing the Bella Twins out and putting the Kabuki Warriors would be a huge upgrade as far as the in-ring match.
The work itself. In the ring? Oh,
yeah. Absolutely. You like such an upgrade. Well,
anytime you bring the Kabuki Warriors into the ring, you're going to upscale the...
Sure, absolutely. It wouldn't even matter, but take out two of your older and less... They would never exactly like ring generals, but now they're older too. So you take them out and sub them with...
Their prime was really at the tail end of the diva.
Yeah, they were more diva. They had the butterfly. They were much more comfortable with that butterfly belt.
Women's wrestlers.
Absolutely.
And that's a fair assessment. So that's, I agree. So again, we'll just say, we'll see what
Nikki
happens.
And them are there, you said Nikki.
I think I'm gonna go with the Bella Twins because again, I think they need to take the belts off. I think this was just a good way to kind of fill the gap between everything leading into WrestleMania, and then this gives an opportunity to then start Lash Legend in as a single. And again, like to your point, I think everybody is heavily pushing on Lash here. I think she. And again, as a women's wrestler, given her size and her relative athleticism, she doesn't seem terrible on the mic. I think that, there's a lot of upside there. And so if the thinking is to give it to the Bella Twins now, assuming health and everything, then my assumption is that they're trying to work her through the singles, and then maybe and this also gives an opportunity to let her quote unquote disappear, to then even like polish her up a bit more, then bring her out as a singles wrestler, and then let her wreak havoc, because what else is she gonna do? She's got an Asuka run in her. Potentially, she could really start to, it's tougher to have, because Asuka's run was in NXT. I get it. but she has an opportunity to have a real solid, just dominant push. Kind of similar to what they're doing with Obafemi, although we'll talk about the match he's going to have with Brock later.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah. So
one quick note.
You're going Bellas. I'm going Lash.
I'm going Bella if they're there, and
They're
then
healthy.
Bailey or Valkyria if they're not. That's my guess. We have one thing here from the chat. Peter Anthony Fernandez. I hope I got that right, bud. There was one guy that I thought was going to be a major star. It was Sean O'Hare, great talent, but with WWE never wanted them. Star RIP to a great talent. Dude, you're in good company.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
That's
Darren's boy.
know.
You just made a buddy, I gotta tell you.
You don't even know how much I loved Sean O'Hare. Even during his early days with in WCW, with his work, I can't remember, wasn't the Young Blood, it was something else. My age is catching up with me.
It was he was part of the Young Blood as well, or the New Blood, or something
it was
about
something
blood.
No, but he basically was him and
but it was
Chuck
before
Palumbo
that. He was
and a big batch of guys, and they were all like 6'5" plus, and they're coming in, but him and Palumbo had a very serious tag run, and then when they got into WWE, and Sean was able to do that devil in your ear, kind of like what
type of deal.
Malachi Black
is doing currently. And just before him, Cross was doing it as well.
Well, yeah. Malachi was doing that even to an extent before he left WWE and went to AEW. He was building that.
He started that
thing, but it was weird because they had like the video promos for it, similar to Sean O'Hare, and then Malachi left. And I guess it's Aleister Black in the WWE.
Sure.
But yeah, Sean O'Hare was, because you got a guy 6'8", 275 that could do like that could kick like Booker T and can do swantons off the top like Jeff Hardy.
Oh, it's just absolutely crazy.
And then could do everything in between. Dude, the only thing I can think of was just that he must have been a wreck backstage. That's the only thing I can think of where it just didn't he just couldn't get his mental game together to get it done,
Right.
But yeah, as far as product on the screen, dude,
all the things.
Don't even get me started.
He was all the things. He checked all the boxes.
Oh, hell yeah, he did.
So, all right.
Okay. Next. What
do you have next?
I want to talk about Drew and Jacob.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna jump to the end of this one. Fatu wins. Continue.
I agree. So we still have SmackDown in between here and now, right? But the latest visual we have is Drew decimating a bound Jacob, right?
Right.
So typical wrestling logic then in turn leads, right? Sure. But also my guess, if there's anything other than a video package on Friday, the only thing I can think of is kind of one of those kind of kind of loose beat downs with a bunch of security in the ring, and nothing really comes at it in terms of anybody getting seriously over on anybody. It's just a lot of physicality to just kind of hype things up. That would be my guess. because you don't want to mess too much with this. You don't want to, like, this. In a way, if they could just leave this where it is, maybe do. I think a video package might even be better. Just
right,
yeah.
You've
Remind
done all the
everybody,
things.
hey, this is what's going on. This is what's happening.
This is
boom,
why.
boom, 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 boom. This is why, and leave it at that, because I think anything else would just be kind of throwing mud at it. But
yeah.
Anyway, I agree. Jacob Fatu's and everything else online is leaning towards Jacob. I think Jacob needs this win. I think he really.
He's been gone for a while too. He was hurt. And anyone that's been following the stream knows that Drew McIntyre is not one of my favorites. I don't. He's not. I don't care.
I'm neutral.
Every time he comes up, I'm like, oh, the other one.
I'm neutral to Drew. I don't really feel one way or the other about Drew, but Jacob Fatu is one of my wrestlers wrestling today.
Yeah.
You give me a big man that can move like him and do the shit he does, forget about it, man. I'm all over it. Like, so a lot of times we were talking about Sean O'Hare. I mean, in different ways. Well, I mean, hell, Jacob will drop freaking swantons. I mean, I don't know if there's a move that dude can't do at 6'1", 300 plus pounds. I mean, he's not as tall as Sean. Arguably at least as heavy, like real weight, like not like build weight, but like real weight. Jacob's definitely close.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, man. Ted DiBiase Jr. should have been the mystery caller to Randy.
That would have been because he got cleared of all the charges. Like, let's got cleared of all the charges. Legacy.
Fair enough. I agree. Innocent until proven guilty.
He was all of that.
I know.
Like, it's done. So yeah, it's whatever. But yeah, you also don't know what kind of shape he's in. He's not. I don't know that WWE is quite ready for that big of a jump that quickly. But absolutely, 100%. Yes, it would have been anyone. I think almost anyone. Okay,
McAfee. I'll tell you what. McAfee had to be a fallback.
Let's table the. Let's table the McAfee.
We'll talk about that.
Let's table it for right now. Let's because
we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there as we go through the card. So all right. So we're thinking. Jacob Fatu, all gas, no brakes, straight to the win at WrestleMania. Said and done. All right. So the next one I have on the list, and again, the order might shift around, but it's the AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. My guess right now is Becky Lynch takes this one.
I agree. Yeah.
I don't think AJ, like what I talk about, where AJ Lee's here for a short time and a good time.
He's here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Quick cut. How's it going, man? Good to see you
No,
here.
I agree. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, you gonna be watching WrestleMania this weekend? But yeah, I think with the storyline they've been preparing for Becky, she's been talking about how she wants to be her daughter's favorite wrestler, even though she's it's almost like she's trying to be endearing, but is also
bad at it. It's almost really,
purposefully bad at it too.
Oh yeah. So
good. Props to Becky for the way she's playing off this character, because she's just been exceptional with it. But beyond that, I just think that AJ's not really here to be like a true wrestling champion, and that's kind of where the Intercontinental really should be.
Well, and my only kind of hang-up's not the right word. The only pause that I give to AJ possibly winning is her having that WrestleMania moment. WrestleMania tends to be the feel-good show. You know what I mean? Like it tends to be the feel-good show. And is both AJ Lee and her hubby gonna lose at WrestleMania this year? Both of them?
They gave them their feel-good moment in the ring in Chicago.
In Chicago was last, and that was everything that we've talked about. You're absolutely right. Good call. And We talked about it then.
We talked about it then.
Like that was why I picked AJ then. Like,
fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. And I mean, I think that
does open the door to have
this does open that because it's in a way because they almost kind of gave them
all the flowers
a little bit too much time. Like, it felt like they kind of gave them their moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then okay, now we're moving forward. You know what I mean? Fair enough. I think AJ Lee deserved that win. I think she did a great, and for whatever rust she might have had, it barely showed. Like, she really put on a really good match, and with Becky, but it was also with Becky, who is one of the best female ring generals that we have, maybe outside of Natty, in terms of just pure work, just to be able to, like, if you need someone to go in with almost anybody and put forth a great match, I'd put Becky in there. You know what I mean? And so no, I think you know, I think it makes sense to have Becky win this one back and then carry forth with her in terms of again, this is kind of the quote unquote season finale of WWE, right?
Right. Absolutely.
For something that's just always going, you know, this is the closest you get, you know, to like that TV show season finale, the Super Bowl, you know, whatever it is, except they're going to be back next Monday, you know?
Right.
It's hey, oh yeah, a quick cut saying yeah, for sure. Hey, yeah, I hope you're looking forward to it. I know there's some mixed emotions around this WrestleMania. It's
WrestleMania, so even all the build up, whether it was good or bad, you know, we're gonna tune in, we're gonna watch it, we're gonna be excited.
All sins can other than the price tag of being there in person.
We're gonna watch it from home because we surely have not watched it from inside the arena at $30,000.
All sins can be forgiven. Outside of that, if you put on a good product, if you put in a solid product, at least for, you know, schmoes like me and Ian, just watching it from the big screen, you know, in our homes, as it were, as opposed to the Titantrons on the
no, for sure.
It's
by the way, Jarrett, there was another person that popped in as well. Did you see a certain friend of the channel?
I didn't look at who
it's on Twitch. Apocalyptic Sith. What's up, man? How you doing, buddy?
On Twitch? Why? Okay, I'm not seeing Twitch. Okay, wait a minute.
I was gonna say, why
am I not seeing Twitch chat?
One of the first times ever. What's going on, buddy?
Thank you for watching it. It's Sith. What's up, bud? Yeah, normally Twitch is the one that's like
that's usually the one.
Like,
I happened to just look. I was like, let me just have, because I've got them kind of all over here. And I was looking, I was like, wait a second. So what's going on, man? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, normally
we're talking about some wrestling tonight. You're watching WrestleMania this weekend. I think everybody, like, if you're a wrestling fan and you're only going to watch one, I mean, this is the pay-per-view. Like, why would you? Why is there anything else that you're not going to watch? This is the one. So, like we were saying, it doesn't matter the build up. Saturday night we're going to be watching. I am glad the two-night doesn't. Check in with me Sunday night. We'll see how we're doing with stream wise. If
WrestleMania, I'm not mad at it.
Right.
But anything else,
I can do it with some,
maybe SummerSlam.
SummerSlam I can handle as well because it's enough. That's exactly.
You're in that middle ground. Like, Rumble has to be one night. You have to get that done in one night.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Elimination Chamber has to be one night. I think that, and I mean, really, like, Survivor Series really truly needs to be one night.
You better have a real good pace.
Yeah, you have to have like a serious, like, you have to be spoiled for choice in terms of
Yes.
like match lineups, and everybody just somehow happens to be healthy
Sure.
at the same time. Okay, fair enough.
Right.
But beyond that, I don't know. Now I'm ticked off, man. Well, especially if Sif's on. Hey, hop on Kick or YouTube. Because then I can see, and I'm gonna have to figure out why this. You know what? I thought I saw this earlier. I might need to. I won't do it right now. I might need to kill StreamerBot and then bring it back on again.
Yeah.
Well, actually, although maybe I might be able to do this too. Let me look at StreamerBot like official. No, it's not.
Well, I can keep an eye on it. I was gonna say let's kind of keep rolling. Otherwise, you know how. Yeah.
Nah, it's showing everything together. Hey, Sith hop over to YouTube. See, Sith's a real one.
That's it. Heck yeah.
And people popping over to YouTube too. Yeah, we're on all the things. We're on Kick,
I was gonna say all
Twitch,
the
YouTube, both YouTube horizontal and YouTube vertical. So if you happen to be popping on your phone,
thank you for giving us a chance to completely sell the product here.
Oh, there you go. See, I'll tell you, I've said it before and I've said it again. Apocalyptic Sith is the best hype man in the business, even when he's not trying. Even when he's not trying.
I set it up and I was like, and I'll say this and
knock the pins right down, son. Glad you're here, bud. Glad everybody's here.
Man.
I know everyone's really excited to watch
WrestleMania week, man. Let's go.
Man, you got to get going. Right. Okay. Something else to get excited about, because the next thing I have on the lineup is one Stephanie Valkyr and Liv Morgan. Now, for one thing, listen. Anytime I get a chance to see either of these women,
man, and you have my pity.
Why was he banned? Why was he banned? Oh, did it ban him? He put too many letters in the thing, and then YouTube.
That is.
Oh, he's still here. Okay, he's good. He's
that
good.
Is hilarious.
But maybe it okay, I'll have to double check that alert. Maybe it's YouTube is cucking me. Did it time you out or something? Maybe for putting too many.
It said for 5 seconds. It timed him out for 5 seconds.
Okay.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
How dare you, YouTube, for shutting off our hype man?
That was hilarious.
Yeah, so
nice.
That's why I told you to go on Kick. But
I thought you were getting. I thought it was banning you, Jarrett, for what you were about to say. What was this match? Who's in this match?
Oh, so listen. I am a longtime student of one Mr. Craig Ferguson. I know how to talk around the beauty of women without necessarily getting your ass kicked off of CBS. I can't speak for YouTube or Twitch. Kick, I'm not worried about Kick, but
I think you're good on that one.
I'm probably good on Kick. But here's the only thing: the one benefit that I'm curious about with this match is the entrances. I expect Stephanie's to be her normal wonderful self, but I'm curious if they're actually going to have Liv Morgan walk out backside first, which I'm not going to argue against, only because if they have her coming out normally, the big swollen knot on top of her forehead might peek out of the curtains. I'm more wondering if they're
5 to 10 minutes before she gets
this match is actually going to happen. I'm guessing that it probably. I'm assuming she got a bit of a knot on her head. There's some pictures out there.
A concussion issue.
Exactly. I think I think
a knot on your head isn't
not
a health risk.
You're purporting yourself as a fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, you can play that.
We're both women
Like,
and
that's
men. So if anything else, they can definitely play that off. She could have like something over her, like she could, and like it plays into her character.
I mean, who's her boyfriend?
Yeah,
right? You know,
She could. I mean, her character in general could just play this whole thing
easily.
off.
That's such
They could make it such a storyline throughout the match too. And just more of like, okay, let's just hope that more importantly that she's medically cleared and safe and healthy to do
which
this.
It sounds like everything that that's cheese.
I'm just making I'm making jokes about it.
Absolutely,
but also I'm not gonna get mad at watching Liv Morgan walk in backwards. I'm just
or forwards or sideways.
I'm just saying. So,
who you got winning?
Liv.
Really?
Yeah. I think they need to give her the big belt. I think again, like, especially like barring like the whole like bump to the head thing. I think with the Elimination Chamber and everything else, I think all signs are leaning towards her winning this thing
and having a run. And she's gonna have a run for a while.
It hurts me to say because, Stephanie's gotta have there has to be a point in time where she loses this thing, and then maybe she does a heel run. I don't know. I just hope she doesn't get lost in the. I'd rather her do a heel run than get lost in the mix.
I don't think she'll do it. I don't think she's not trending heelish right now. First off, it's hard to make her a heel because everybody wants her to. But I think with her, and that's the trick, is that she could be a heel, and that's the other thing about like today's WWE. Like, you can be a heel and still be technically a favorite in a way. yeah. But with her kind of dark aesthetic and everything, it would just be a slight attitude adjustment for her to kind of play off of that. John Cena. And then, to like, she could, and then just be a more aggressive in the ring. Sure. Her move set could easily play both. Like that move is it, Devil's Kiss or whatever? What move? Is this? No, never heard of that. Listen. For Ian's playing this off, but for anyone listening right now, if you're a wrestling fan, I don't know why you wouldn't know what this move is, but the Devil's Kiss is one of the greatest inventions in all of wrestling. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Steph. I don't know if it was her or someone I don't know. But well thought out move. It can easily be used as a heels. Sure. Oh, absolutely. Move. It can easily be a heel one. It really wouldn't be that sharp of a transition. No. You slow down her music a little bit. You make her like tilt her head down a little bit. And then again, like make her do some heel, slightly like the little heelish, like it's the stuff you do in between the moves. Yes, right? Absolutely. Yeah. Her moveset could easily be a heels thing, and it's just the stuff you do in between, and then what you do in promos, and then the package and everything else. I mean, she'd be a very quick move to do that if they decided to. So just to pick against you, I'm gonna go Stephanie Vakir because I wouldn't be mad at it. We're not mad about either one of these two winning. But I do agree. And that's because they're gorgeous, but just set her. The way where they are within the company, and both of them. Let me put it this way: both of them could afford a loss. Oh yeah, and both of them could easily drive
the win. I'm just wondering if it makes more sense to maybe put Liv in that spot, because they're obvious. I mean, Liv, let me put it this way too. Liv obviously has a bit more just shine from the broader company perspective.
All right. Yeah, no,
Stephanie
for sure.
has right now.
Well, yeah, Steph is just getting going.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right.
Like she
like
could
movies. Well, going with what we were talking about earlier, where TKO likes, the star, the movie, the outside influence. That's where Liv has been going for a while, but she's leaning much more. She's much more of a star. Mainstream people may know who Liv Morgan is over her. But did you see Jack?
I'm bringing it up right now. Hey,
awesome.
Welcome to the stream, Jack.
Yeah, appreciate you.
So he's saying Liv is his pick, but then Roxy might betray him and cost the win. You know what? That is something I didn't think about.
That's a good call. That's a good call
at this point, and I should have thought about that dynamic. That was something that I was wondering that might come into play even back in the Rumble. So, and as Judgment Day is effectively falling apart at the seams, maybe
something. Hang on. I got something with that. I got something. Go ahead with your thought.
The only thought, because I'm just more kind of processing through that potential piece of the storyline. My first question that came to my head was, okay, is it more impactful for Roxy to cost her the belt now, or cost her the match after Liv has the belt and Liv just really pushes Roxy past her max point, like the straw that broke the camel's back, right? So then Liv has the belt, becomes the, pardon my French, the bitch we know she will be, because she does such a great job playing it.
She does.
And then have Roxy just get pushed down to that final breaking point, where then in turn Liv is asking for her to do something, and Roxy, because again, a DQ favors the champion. So Liv has no risk in actually asking Roxy to do it. And then Roxy's like, no. And it costs Liv the match. And then that actually then puts Liv and Roxy into a singles run. Now you could, if they feel they need to push that up, they could start that here. It's just that, there's, I guess Liv has more desperation now. So it could be, I don't know. I guess it's a question of, I feel like that storyline makes a lot of sense for where they're moving things. I guess it's a question of timing. But I also, I think they need to give Liv the belt. That's just kind of that's where I'm sitting. And I'm not going to be mad at it either way, but that's just where I think it's going.
I could see that. In fact, I could see that happening sooner than later. For this, and this works towards something that I was kind of thinking about eventually, either immediately they're going to go to, or something as they kind of build. If Liv gets the belt, especially, Raquel is her girl, right? And Raquel's favorite wrestler, what is she known as? Her favorite wrestler was Kevin Nash.
Yeah.
So, do you remember the Two Dudes with Attitudes era? There's a very, if anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about, Two Dudes with Attitudes was this mid 90s, I guess, probably 95, 6, somewhere in that neighborhood. It was Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels was the champ, I believe, at that point. And then his boy was Kevin Nash, or Diesel at the time. Yep. And they had like all the belts, basically. Not basically. I think that at one point they did have truly all the belts. I think they had the heavyweight, because Shawn was the champ. They were the tag team champ. I want to say back then they had the European. One of them was the European champ, and one of them was the Intercontinental champ. They had them all.
They had a bunch of them, I would say. So you had at the time, because you didn't have the U.S. championship, because they didn't have WCW in the mix. So you had the world,
and eventually they split because right. And so eventually they split because of Shawn Michaels and him. They were too big egos and they run into each other. Yeah. So that was eventually what happened. I could see a similar thing. Because
Raquel's an interesting component here, and that's where Roxy, where I'm wondering is, because you bring up a good point, which then in turn in my head, at least in my own head, solidifies my thought here that I don't think this is Roxy's time to pull the trigger.
Fair enough.
I think they need to extend that story out a little more.
Mm-hmm.
But it only makes sense if Liv has the belt, because then why else is anybody going to care?
Sure.
Enough, right? It's like, not to say that they won't care at all, but because Liv's Liv, and but especially Raquel. She's an exceptional wrestler in her own right. But I think Roxy is an X factor. You see what I did there with X-Pac? In a sense that maybe she is. Maybe that's what she is. But that's not to say that she can't maybe throws a wrench in the works. But I think Ian brings up a good point with Raquel. It might make more sense for her to be the centerpiece to then go up against Liv. But again, at the same time, it to me, in my mind, that requires Liv to have the belt to add gravitas to that story. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I'm going to stay with Stephanie as my pick, but all the storylines makes more sense for Liv to get the
again,
belt.
Your favorites. If I was going strictly off favorites, it's Stephanie all day. Come on. I can't. It's like I can't argue against her. Hey, spoilers. I have a hard time arguing against Randy Orton, but it's just, if you're going with favorites, it's favorites are favorites.
All right. Next, so
the next one for night one, and this one is also very interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, from Jack again. For some reason, I'm thinking every title. Well, let me pull this up. It's actually a little bit easier for me to read it here.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute, not the right one. Let me pull up this guy. Okay, so for some reason, I'm thinking every title is changing hands at WrestleMania, but I know damn well they definitely won't do that. But then come on now, Randy, Roman, Rhea, Liv, and maybe Becky. That's a good point.
Honestly, that's a really good call.
That is a good point. That's a good call. It's interesting because I'm wondering, so you bring in another kind of factor to the, dare I call it, calculus of wrestling. That's a big stretch, but like the kind of the things to think about and the variables that you gotta consider here You have so many different components to the storyline here, which also to me thinks that on paper, like flat general, just storyline as presented. The different kind of moving pieces here, I would argue that on paper, this especially for a 2-night event, this actually has potential to be one of the stronger cards that WWE has had for a good long time. But WWE, and let me say TKO, has done a horrible job of marketing it.
Yeah, it's just we talked about this early on, but here's the trick. Here's the trick, because there's, and this is my benefit of working in a business that deals with marketing. Let me put this. I'm a technical person, but I work with a lot of marketing people, and I unfortunately have to understand a lot of marketing shit that I don't want to know, but I know it. So there's the 4 Ps, right? One of those 4 Ps, place was already set for you. Las Vegas. If you can't sell in fucking Vegas, that's one tick against you. Then there's product, right? I think that the product in front of us is actually pretty goddamn solid. Yeah,
right
the card is. You think of the names that Jack had listed there. I mean, you've got all of your big stars. Everybody's healthy. Like what big main star is not, knock on wood, healthy right now?
You got big stars coming back like Seth. You've got, sure. But here's the other trick. The other 2 Ps. So I talked about place and product, right? The other 2 Ps in that 4 P are promotion and price. Where did WWE drop the ball?
I'm not sure they knew there was a ball.
Well, they had half of it.
On those last two.
They had half of
those
it.
last two.
The 1 P, once they establish Vegas, I'm sorry, that is a go-to destination for so many people on so many different, like, there's so much you can do in Vegas. You can make a long trip out of Vegas and make it worth your time, right? And again, like I'm saying, the product, I'm arguing that the product as it stands on paper is exceptionally solid. Yeah. Obviously, the pricing piece, obviously they effed that up. There's no question that they screwed that up. That was a complete miss. They totally missed the price point on the product, and they screwed that entire thing up.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the promotion. We talked about how much time they've had between Elimination Chamber and WrestleMania now. And again, everything is boiling down to the product is almost selling itself. And but the overall promotion, I don't feel like this is a WWE promotion. I think this is a TKO fuck up. That's my one. I think this is a TK. I think TKO got way too damn involved in this and they screwed it up. That's my guess. And you again, to Jack, all the names laid down. They've got people in place here. The next match that I was going to talk about, you got Seth Rollins returning against Gunther. Come on, man. That is a match you could headline.
Oh,
in the
absolutely.
right circumstance. Like that is a match that could be a main event match in the right circumstance and the right build up. You could put the two of them head to head and main run like the fucking SummerSlam. Easy. That's easy work, right?
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
Yeah, no, it's but
it's
to your point
never-
about these title changes, I'm also wondering is that might be so TKO's problem is that outside of maybe some schneisty stuff going on where people are actually throwing fights, they have actual fights to deal with where you can't someone's a legitimate Superman punch away or a choke out away from
right.
done. And you can have some relatively no-name person come in and destroy somebody and it completely wreck the betting pool, you know. That's TKO's world. And so maybe I don't know.
So I will say I had to look it up because I wasn't sure. So it's never happened that every belt changed hands
at WrestleMania.
At WrestleMania. So
we still have 2 nights to go.
No, absolutely. However, if there was a time to do it, like Jack, he makes a good point because you can't argue against. I can make a strong case for everybody that's the challenger to win.
I agree.
Or a challenger to win.
I agree.
Legitimately. In fact, they almost maybe trick. It's hard to have a champion that's not the favorite, but I don't know. Let's jump to
you've got some questionables like Liv and Steph. You've got maybe some questionables with Becky and AJ. And we really don't know. If you're talking
to tag team champions, that can always go. You never know where that goes.
So they could potentially still squeak out. But as far as like the big ones, and again, I think that's where we throw she's the women's world champion. Like we have to put her in the mix with the rest. Again, I think all the cues to put it this way. If you're going to be using WrestleMania as a vehicle to really spin off incredible storylines for what would be like what serves as your next season, then Liv winning that belt makes a shit ton of sense. You know, okay,
right.
So that's that tick. Seth and Gunther is not a championship match, so that actually gives a lot more freedom in terms of what they want to do here. Seth just got.
Speaking of
that,
go ahead. I was gonna say we're speaking of that. Who do you?
That's what I was getting ready.
Jumping over. Okay.
No. That's exactly what I was getting ready to talk about here because, in terms of the broader populace vote, it's leaning towards Gunther, but here's a trick. Gunther, I think it's going to be Seth.
Me too. Agreed.
Seth's just coming back, and this isn't a retirement match.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. That's key.
And I think that also from a product perspective, you run the risk of Gunther getting a bit played out. And I think Gunther is actually in a situation where it might be how am I going to miss you if you don't go away kind of level. I'm concerned about people getting burnt out on Gunther because he's not dynamic. He's not particularly charismatic. Not that he doesn't have to be.
I know what you mean.
But you need to be careful with that kind of person. You need to be careful with that kind of character. You can't let the crowd get just
bored. Yeah.
it's
Do you think that it altered anything when it comes to Gunther's character development in general? This is a bit of a jump, and we won't stay here long. With Chris Jericho going back to AEW and not being able to be retired by Gunther.
See, I think Jericho played everybody.
I do too.
I don't think he was ever. I think he was trying to put he was off playing with his band.
Yeah, he was never
and
close to
I think
up.
He was throwing in a bunch of stuff because why not? Why not?
I have no problem
Take
with
advantage of the current kind of media landscape and just put in a buzz and put in all kinds of stuff. I think he had a gap. I think he had like a contract thing, and he wanted some more gap added in between the contract. So then it's like, okay, we're technically gonna end the contract here. I'm gonna take a few months off. I'm gonna tour with my band, and then we'll officially start my contract at the end of that tour.
Good call. Go live your life, man. Enjoy. Yeah,
why not?
Absolutely.
Why not?
Yeah.
So with Gunther, I think right now, now's actually a good time because maybe outside of what Rey Mysterio, like what legends do you have kind of in the mix?
Brock is probably the next one. Big name.
So here's the trick. I think Brock's going to go out standing on his feet. Brock has never been a traditional wrestling purist in his life. He don't give two shits about
gets it too.
He gets it. Well, fair. It's fair.
I would side with you, but I've actually gotten early on Brock. Brock was, he was about that paycheck. Yeah. And I still think don't get me wrong, he's still about the paycheck.
Sure.
No problem. But
and again, nobody argue about nobody making their money.
Go get your money. Absolutely.
At any level, go get your money. Now, how you go about it, I might judge you on, but
sure, well, you can judge it, but still, it's your money. Say if you can get it, go get it. It's
still their money. Now, I will say maybe I'm judging Brock too hard. I just wonder.
I've softened on that stance when it comes to Brock because I know where you're coming from, and I'm with you. No, he's not.
Hogan didn't go out on his feet. I'm sorry.
No.
Hogan didn't go. I'm sorry. Hogan didn't go out on his back.
No, but Hogan's a dick. So whatever. No one ever thought otherwise, really.
Well,
did they?
Sure. That ain't gonna work for me, brother.
He's gone. So
and maybe I'm attributing a little bit too much Terry Bollea-ism to Brock.
I have come to have more of I know where you're coming from. Like I said, I've thought the same when it comes to Brock. But if you watch Brock's movements and little stuff, so even back, this is years ago now, I want to say Drew McIntyre, when him and Drew were going at it. And it's little stuff where you see Brock lean over and tells him to pick up the title. While it's live on television, he's like,
that's true.
And he knows.
I'll tell you what.
He did the same thing with Oba Fleming. He told Oba to stand on him.
Here's a trick. Here's a trick. In all fairness to Brock, I think there is a stark difference in his approach to things, especially after his failed run in the NFL.
Sure.
Kind of similar to CM Punk after his thing with the MMA thing. I think CM Punk relies more on the more of the psychology of the persona. So he had to take a different tact with it. But I think that Brock Lesnar, I think, has a better understanding of things. I think he came into the WWE as the top guy. Nobody could touch him in amateur wrestling, which also then in turn meant that if he wanted to, he could throw, outside of maybe Taker and Mark Henry and a handful of others, Meng. Nobody beats Meng. Nobody beats him.
Different one,
but
he's a different one.
He's like the Chuck Norris of. Okay, Seth,
let's jump back. Because we'll get to Brock.
I want Seth.
Who's the win?
I would like Seth to win. The market right now is leaning towards Gunther, but I'm wondering if that's more kind of from just the push that Gunther's having and not thinking some of those nuances. But I think for Gunther, it's better for him to lose now, take some time off, and then come back, because a legend killer is only as good as when you have legends to kill. And I think right now they're running out of legends to kill. So why not let him lose now, take a bit of a break, and then come back at a good time to then, because also, again, think about just in terms of not having like a hard set injury that takes you out, just the wear and tear and the time and everything, it helps to have like an opportunity to take a little bit of a break, right? So anyway, okay, we're gonna go with Seth against the odds. We're gonna say Seth. So now we get to the last match of the first night. One Mr. Cody Rhodes, if you will, against one Mr. Randall Orton from Missouri.
Randall Keith
Orton from Missouri. I think Orton gets his 15.
Do you?
I think Orton gets his 15.
Are you telling me that Homelander isn't winning?
Fuck
at WrestleMania?
That's my second. Homelander needs to. We got the final season of The Boys going on.
I'm saying during the final season of The Boys,
Homelander's got to get his comeuppance during this season. They're gonna build him up to be the god of all gods, and then he's gonna get shut down by something stupid. Now, let's get back to this, because this whole, my whole thing with Cody Rhodes and Homeland, I never really completely made the association, because
it's just his outfit.
It's the outfit. I know you get the outfit. Cody to me is a totally different thing, and I think that Orton needs to get his 15. He's 2 away from the unseen 17.
Yeah, he's
so, I think this is his time. And then, you know what?
Saying his time is now. That's what you were.
And then speaking of leading into Gunther down the line, when does one Mr. Randall Orton decide to put away his boots?
He's probably a couple of years out from
fair enough, but you see what I'm saying.
Sure,
but you see what I'm saying. I mean, you the 2 big names I'm thinking of right now is Ray and Randy.
And Ray's Dominic's gonna retire Ray.
I would think. So that also makes sense to put Gunther out of the mix a bit, carve time to let Dominic retire Ray, and then have Gunther come back, and then, and I'm not saying that he has to wait the entire year and a half, 2 years, whatever it is, but because obviously he needs to kind of build himself back up, right? You need a push to build him into that, right? So then, I think Randy makes sense as at least the next person in my mind as the person to have on the list, right? So also then what helps to build that up, build that legacy up, is to have Randy have another title run under his belt in between now and then.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So you're going Randy.
I'm going Randy. I'm going one Mr. Randall K. Orton, if you will.
If you will.
If you will.
All right, so this is going to be the most pitter-patter, double talking.
Can we have some?
You're going to hear some politician coming out right here. Let me just tell you.
Well, you're talking about one Mr. Cody Rhodes, so I mean it fits, right?
All right, I'm going to pick Cody to win. Okay. However, the better stories for Randy.
I'll tell you what.
The better stories for Randy to win.
I'll tell you what. Hey, let me just say this is more of a stream process kind of thing.
All right.
I'll still be able to hear you. I'm going to let you have your time to make your case for one Mr. Cody Rhodes. As I make sure that I don't completely wreck the computers under my desk by
different kind of stream.
Different kind of stream. So 3, 2, 1.
All right. So I think Cody Rhodes. I like Cody. Cody's probably one of my favorite. If he might be my favorite right now. Honestly, that is. I like Cody the person. Like he's. So for that reason, I'm picking Cody. Storyline wise, it's more interesting for Randy to win. I like I said, I'm going to completely double talk here. I'm picking Cody. Cody's my pick to win. The story's better if Randy wins. Like everybody wants. You've seen everything that has lined up till now. So where Randy has gotten over on Cody, time in, time out, beating him up early. The voices in his head. He's trying to be the good guy, but he can't be the good guy and be at his best. Cody told me he wanted him at his best. So because of all of that, I'm still going to go Cody. I like Cody. Story's better if Randy wins. That's my official take. But what do you think? Should it be Cody? Should it be Randy for that match? Like I said, I have a hard time. Where do you go the way that I see Cody winning, and then what's the story after that? Like wrestling's always the what's and then, So and then Cody wins, and then what happens? So and then what happens is the fans continue to slowly turn on Cody. They keep working toward that. They keep going toward that. He keeps winning, which people get, it's contempt. You keep winning, teams eventually, football, basketball, baseball, like any other sport, you win too much. People love the underdog, so they love you while you're rising. And then if you get to the top and stay there for too long, people kind of start turning on you. That's what happens with Cody. Eventually, over time, he becomes the winning villain. John Cena did the same thing. John Cena, he was winning and he won too much, and people all of a sudden turned on him. The same people that were, pulling for him at the time. So that's my thoughts. All right. Yeah. So those are my thoughts as far as that goes. I believe one Mr. Jarrett is back in though. Jarrett, are you back? All right.
Oh, I am, because
say his name and he appears.
I cut it off too short. Okay, so I was listening to the whole thing, and especially that last bit there, the angle of never meet your heroes. It's lonely at the top.
Mm-hmm.
The crown gets so heavy.
Heavy as that head.
Now, this isn't Cody's first rodeo.
Mm-mm.
And he's had this belt for a minute.
Well, no, he hasn't. Remember, he dropped the belt.
Well, he dropped, but I mean, I'm
For
talking
5
just,
or 10 minutes there.
I'm talking, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about just even his run here in WWE.
I know what you mean.
know,
Sure.
And I'm wondering, my flip side to that story arc that you were telling, because I guess it's kind of more of a hope of depth of story here. They made a thing about, and you mentioned like Randy decided that, you know, he had to go to, you know, his dark side. He had to listen to his voices.
Mm-hmm. And Cody pushed him to. He was like, I want the best.
Cody,
I want the best.
That's my point.
That
Cody,
yeah.
Cody asked him to, in a way. Now, I don't think he was thinking that asking him to do that was then turning around that night, bashing a chair into his face while he was leaning like up against the V of the steel stairs.
I'm gonna tell you, Jarrett,
what you ask for.
If somewhere along the way we ever become professional wrestlers, and you're my boy, and if I ever tell you that, you know, I want the darkest villainous side, I'm never meaning that. I'm lying. So I am lying. I'm just going to tell you now, I am saying that for the camera. I'm not actually meaning it. So I just want that to be out there. And yeah. So
let it be known. Let it be known. Like, yes. Yeah, I've got my moments. But hey, but I'm lying. Ian's got his own dark side. I don't know if I'm on the other side of it too. Like, I mean,
both sides. It
wouldn't
go well for either of us, really. That's really good.
Either one of us on the storyline there, you know. You know, I think Shore kind of put us up against each other in our primes. I think that it would make more sense for me to be on the Randy Orton kind of.
Oh,
in terms of how it went down,
it was,
but like,
as we've talked about this before, I'm definitely,
like, I mean, story. I mean, as far as like dark, like talk about darkness. I need to get that on the soundbite. God damn, every time I turn around, I'm like this. Ooh, I had to add like this, like, you know, it's my new tablet here. I got a tablet with a thing because I had to put the sound bites on the tablet because I keep running out of sound bites like that I want to have at the ready, and I don't use like 220% of them, but I still have them. I just added the I need to find a better one because that's way too low, but that's the Danhausen You're Cursed. I need
well, you know, okay, so we cursed? Did not. Well, continue with the Randy Orton. I was just getting ready to go down a tangent. We'll get to Danhausen in a second.
Danhausen's a whole. So Danhausen's again another whole X factor with this whole thing.
Hang on.
I assume he's going to get involved, but we don't know.
Hang on.
So Randy Orton. I think Randy needs to get. I think 15 is a very clean number for Randy.
Fair enough. I'm with you.
And I think it's just kind of just that little bit of an edge up where it puts him in, you know, and not to say like 14's not like drain water, but
yeah, dude, you got 14.
But at the same, like 15's a good kind of, not say round number, but it's kind of in that like as far as like divisions, like towards 20. It's like,
would put Randy ahead of, isn't Triple H at 14?
Oh, I think he might be.
think Triple H is at 14.
Oh, see, now that throws a whole nother. I love Trips, but that throw. Oh no. So, okay, let me put it this way. I'll tell you what. Let me put it this way. If not even at WrestleMania, if Randy doesn't get 15 championships before he retires, then I denounce all my love for Triple H. I'm just gonna because then you're talking, because the only reason why it makes sense is being petty. So like a level that I could, hey, listen. Hey, I can reason my way a certain amount of petty, especially in the right circumstances. But Randy don't deserve that. Randy's been working his ass off and been supporting people, especially
and has
like
progressively gotten better.
Oh, just every time, just every year, has been nothing but supportive and been helpful and been giving and just been like, what do I need to do to make the product better? What do I need to do to help someone? He will lose when he needs to lose. He will show up and hype somebody when he needs to hype it up. He'll beat the living crap out of somebody when it makes sense for him to do it. This guy, and again, behind the scenes, like everybody that talks about him right now, it's like he's the fucking Taker.
Hey, yeah. And
he's the Undertaker.
Randy, for him the to be that guy now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For he to be that guy in the locker room now.
He is the Undertaker in that ring. I'm sorry, in that back room right now. In the locker room, behind the scenes, everything. Randy is the one guy where it's like, it's kind of the, if you need a litmus test, if you need a moral kind of a judgment call, it's what would Randy think? What does Randy think about this? It's, and it's the, somebody, if anybody would F up, anybody try and do anything, the one person, that they're scared of, but two, they'd be more concerned about disappointing in that locker room. It's Randy. Right. Randy is the Undertaker right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm sorry, but again, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're not going to give him 15 right now, that's a level of petty that I just can't support. Like, if it really comes down to where Trips actually held Randy back from getting 15 down the road, not dead. Or if they give it to him in some screwed up like thing, and they make him do some like finger poke of doom type bullshit. Nah, man. No, listen. No. Trips, don't make me hate you, man. Don't make me 14. Hate you.
I had to check just to make sure. Yeah, he has 14.
You're close, Trips. If anybody else deserves to jump ahead of you, it's Randy Orton. And I think this, like, if you're gonna do it now, because tomorrow's not guaranteed. I know Randy's been eating, but I haven't been eating as much. I believe that was fucking hilarious. I loved it. I loved it. Randy just came in just swole as hell. He wasn't even really fat.
No, he's not. He may be more muscular than he's ever been.
He was just big.
He's just big. I
think the big thing is he couldn't
protect his back. You got to protect his back is what that comes down to.
And I think he's been able to kind of work through that, and then he was able to kind of lean back down again. But that was the funniest shit I've been eating, because they called out his weight at 290, and he's like, I've been eating.
Yeah. Well, no, they called it it was 250, and he's like,
no, well, right.
Yeah, it was like,
It was like, oh, that's right. That is right.
Yeah.
I think in his prime, he was listed at 240.
Yeah, right. He was like,
but I mean, like, Randy's a legitimate 6'5". I mean, he's.
Well, they were even doing that with where he was calling out, legitimately making fun of Trick Williams. He was like, you ain't 6'5". You're not 6'5". Stop, dude. You're not.
Yeah.
It's okay. You're 6'4". Be proud of your 6'4". But
Trips ain't 6'4", even though he called him 6'4".
Well, Sean is a legitimate 6'1". 6'2". I'm sorry. He's a legitimate 6'2".
But he was always so much smaller than like you didn't have to fudge his height, because there's so many people bigger than
No, he is not. He is not 6'2".
I know.
I was like, hang on, he's very clearly not.
I mean, to be fair,
I was like my height.
I know he isn't, but to be fair, when you're that small and then you're putting him up against guys that are like 6'7" and you're calling them like almost 7 foot, does it really matter?
Undertaker was over 7 feet there for a while. He dropped down to 6'8".
He's a legitimate, he was a legitimate 6'9", and then he over the time doing the tombstone pile drivers, his spine compressed, and then and in age and everything else, he shot down.
You get
but
older.
I mean, and this is the thing is like, god damn, you gotta fudge the numbers on somebody that's 6'9", a legitimate 300 pounds that can move like he does. I mean, come on, Vince. Listen, I know the round 7 foot sounds nice, but really,
it's Andre. I mean, everything was after Andre. Everybody's small. Well, you can't make them but too small. It sounds like they're not that intimidating. Well, sure, Andre's just like a weird freak of nature. Or you could just make Andre
a freak of nature and just keep the story of Andre going, because you're right, he already was to begin with. I mean, okay, so that's night one.
Right. That's night one. We got night one in. We're gonna go through night 2 much faster because work comes early tomorrow, people. We are doing. So we're
gonna do a bit of a speed run here. I think
we talked about Oba. Let's start with Oba and Brock Lesnar.
We'll start with Oba. Well, I'll tell you what, a real quick one, just because it doesn't really. It's an interesting one. It's a ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship. Penta against Javon Evans, Rusev, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, and Rey Mysterio.
I always want to call him McDonough too.
McDonough and Rey Mysterio. Okay.
Yeah.
So the only question mark, my guess here is Penta retains. The only question mark I have is this the WWE's opportunity, given the push, to give Javon Evans some gold?
Going with Evans.
I was going with Evans. I'm not mad at that. I
have a hard time seeing Rusev winning a ladder match. So there's that.
No.
JD McDonough, no.
Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio at this point. It's really between those, but really is between Penta and Javon Evans. And I think given the push that Javon's been given, I wouldn't be surprised. To me, it's a coin flip between the two of them. Sure. Honestly, I don't know.
Fair.
But I'm not. I absolutely would not be mad at giving this as an opportunity to give Javon Evans some gold, and then have him work that role, and see how he does. The Intercontinental Championship's a good vehicle for that type of
has Rey
experimental,
Has Rey and Penta been a storyline yet?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
especially not
so
against each other.
So I feel like at some point that's gonna be, and it feels like this is
again, and to be honest, if it wasn't Dominic retiring Rey,
Penta would be.
It has to be Penta.
Sure.
Like in terms of just history.
Going, and if you don't have that, I still say Dom is the one that retires him.
So
but
in a way,
if you kind of need to get Penta in there.
If you're gonna have that storyline, you need to have it now.
Yeah. So you see where I'm going. I say Javon Evans. I say Javon Evans for this one.
But also, then in turn, what does it mean for Rey to win the gold now?
One last time.
and then have his son retire him.
I think
for
you could tell the
gold.
same. I think you could tell the same story
You can.
from
You
a
can
slam
without the
or
gold,
Survivor Series.
but
no,
right.
no. I mean, Ray could get the title later. You don't need to get it
I
at
see.
WrestleMania.
He doesn't have to get it now. Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to. I agree. But I'm not. I'd be perfectly happy to see Javon get this, because then again, remember, I always hold to the idea that the Intercontinental Championship is supposed to be the working champion's belt.
Sure.
WWE has slipped around that here and there, but to me, honestly, it needs to be that. Kind of like the women's. I think Becky can kind of do that a little bit, but right now, I think as far as like someone to put into that men's Intercontinental Championship, yeah, Javon Evans can do it all day. I mean, Penta could too, but I think in terms of giving opportunities and just giving guys time to shine and figure out how well do they play as a champion. Now, the only question, I guess, is it too early?
Yeah.
Is it too early? And maybe it doesn't matter, but
I'm not a big person when it comes to that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I hate to do the peek behind the curtain here. I always like to keep the not realism, but as if it's, non-scripted. And if I'm fine with the guy getting it, there's no rule that you need to wait. That pay your dues. I get the pay your dues thing. Okay, he's there. He's paid. He's already in there.
No,
now.
I was thinking more from the aspect of him personally. Is giving him gold too early doing him a disservice?
I see yeah.
Because we've seen it before.
Oh, Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy's the one that always jumps to mind. That's
It's kind of that. So that's kind of more that's my only concern. But on paper, it's kind of, again, that's why to me it's a coin flip. I could see
for every. What if it's not too early? What if it's not only not too early, but he can do it and run with it? Would you? You know what I mean? Like, so do I think he's 100% like that guy and is ready for the microphone and to be the top dog? No, but that's not what the IC.
The IC doesn't have to be that. You're right. I mean, right.
I mean, so this is a dip your toe in. Let's see how you do. Oh, hey, you did good. We can get you back out. No problem. No harm, no foul. Let's get you back out the pool now. Let's see how you handle not having the belt. Now you had it. Now let's see how you do without having it, and how do you that build
coming back from underneath, figuring out that whole situation,
figuring
you
that
have gold under your belt, which means it gives us more reason to put you into storylines later.
Like what you said about Jey Uso back in the day, where you're once you get one, then
I was talking about from the heavyweight
after that.
But that was talking about more from the heavyweight perspective. Sure, but again,
logic,
you're right.
I'm still going with the logic. Like, okay, now in any other, what is this? The U.S. title.
It helps.
It's a legit
it helps to then, from a storyline perspective, it does give more weight to put Javon into situations for them to be in turn into like U.S. belt runs, back into Intercontinental belt runs, and then up into potentially heavyweight runs. Although maybe after Ray, he might be the smallest. After Ray? Who's the next smallest heavyweight champion? Benoit, Eddie. I'm trying to think. Like,
are you
who's
talking
had
about
heavyweight?
Javon's tall.
Well, Javon's tall, but he's skinny.
He's all 100 pounds. He's 6'5".
That's what I mean. Like,
he's about 6'5", 6'4", 5.
No, I understand his height. I was the one that was saying like he looks like a young Swerve to me. I'm talking about like right now, like his like. You're gonna I couldn't put him up as a heavyweight champion, like just looks wise, right? I couldn't put him there right now. Like, so I'm trying to figure out but again, that's why I brought up Ray, because Ray did it, but it was more of an attraction because he's
5'6",
six,
and he is the smallest. He is the smallest ever.
Yeah.
Who was second? Let's see who was second.
The next ones have to be like a Benoit, maybe Guerrero, maybe.
Good call.
Yeah,
Good
it's
call.
in that mix, right?
Eddie.
It's
Eddie.
It's Eddie.
Eddie is 5'8".
Yeah.
So, anyhow,
okay,
that's that match.
Right, that's that match.
Jump to
that's
the next
that match
one.
done. All right, so now we're dealing with up in the mix. Oh, wrong mouse. All right, so now this is an interesting one. I'll tell you what. Let's move to something maybe a little bit quicker.
Okay.
Brock Lesnar versus Obafemi.
Yeah, Oba.
This is not necessarily in order. It's actually a bit up my list, but we still don't know. This one I'm looking forward to only because it's going to be 600 plus pounds of meat just wrecking
What's the Simon Miller big men slapping man meat?
Big man slapping man meat. I mean, he's not wrong.
This is a big man slapping man meat. Yeah, this is.
It's.
I'm thinking this is not going to be a 5-star classic. A lot of high flying. This is the anti AEW match.
Absolutely.
This is
the match AEW wishes they could put together.
If you added the weight and size of all the wrestlers in AEW, they still might not be as heavy as the two of them.
Let's put this on the marquee here. Gonna be attending my third WrestleMania in a row, hoping for
my goodness.
Banger. Banger show. Let me say, let's go. Let's go. Are you looking forward to it?
Go get it.
Man, especially, were you able to get some decent tickets, man? Because
I was gonna say, where you sitting?
God, the pricing on this has been insane. Ooh. Like, I could spend the money, but geez, I'll be much more happy just hanging out in my house. Ian and I are going to be streaming it too, so that'll be a little bit easier.
I was gonna say.
But,
and hey, I was gonna say, if you get there, you get some pictures or something like that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, get them to us. We'll have it on stream, etc.
Hold up right here, just with the resurrected Discord. But
right, yeah.
Put that out there.
Yeah, if we're doing it while the stream is going on.
Didn't put the link out. I'll find the link and put it out.
Yeah.
So. Oh yeah. I know why it's doing that. Okay. So, there's an update to Streamer Bot that kind of messed around with how that works. I'm on the lower bowl. Definitely not buying early and
that was going to be my next question. I was like, how long ago did you buy it? Did you see the 25% off?
Yeah, As the sales didn't happen because nobody could buy it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It got crazy there for a second.
Well, then they got the sale, so he said he got it before that. So yeah, it hurt the soul. Look, I'm with you. I understand. That's awesome though. Heck yeah, good for you.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Hope you enjoy it, man.
Yeah. Like I said, send video, pitch any of that. Yeah, pop it on. Yeah.
The one match Ian and I got to see together, and it's the backdrop to what you're seeing right now. That is a picture that Ian and I took from Washington, D.C. during John Cena's last match.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm definitely glad we pulled the trigger on that.
Yeah.
Especially as some of the match prices started going crazy, but also at the same time, I mean, Cena's Cena's last match is kind
You
of
gotta
one of
hit.
those.
There's certain ones. There's certain things.
Ones. Like
I
to
kicked
me,
myself for not going to see Sting in his last match.
Yeah,
It wasn't that far away.
That would
either.
have been a good one to go to if we just kind of thought about it ahead a little bit.
It was one of those things that never crossed. It was like,
Well, I think
it's his last match. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. And I was like, wait a second, why did I just go? It wasn't that far away.
Was Cena's last match being in DC?
Yeah,
which then meant
Sting's last match was in Charlotte.
Oh dear God.
Dude, I have no excuse.
We should have thought about. Yeah, we should have thought about that one a little bit.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I think that pre-sale brother never jumping the gun again.
I'll get you, man.
Nah, man. Yeah,
just have a drink. Here's the thing. Don't look. Enjoy the experience. Don't think of what could have I could have said. You were there. You were at WrestleMania. You got a lot of people that are going to be very jealous. You're at it. Myself, I will say me. I'm very jealous that I won't be there. So you go. You enjoy yourself. You have a drink.
Right.
That's your thing. Right. You don't look back. Don't worry about that. That spent money. That's that spilled milk thing. You spent it. It's done. Put it over there. Enjoy the experience. The only way that money is a waste. The only way that it's a waste is if you don't enjoy the experience and make it a moment. It's something that you remember forever, et cetera, et cetera. If you're with friends, whoever, make it that moment. That's the only time it's a waste. Otherwise, spend money, put it in the back, and keep going and enjoy it, man. That's gonna be all. That's awesome.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
Are you hitting both nights or just one? He's saying that Oba versus Brock Lesnar is worth the price of admission.
Who you going with?
I'd like to hear who you going with, man. I'll be very curious because I think it's going to be it has to be Brock. No, I think it's going to be Brock. I think it's going to be Brock. I think
Arula.
I think again on paper now from a push perspective. I get it. I'm not going to be pissed off at either one of these guys because, good Lord, this is going to be a Simon Miller classic, right? It's big men slapping man meat. Big men slapping man meat. There's no way that this isn't going to be a WW like a pure. This is the closest this is to be the purest WWE. Like
Kenny Omega will be jealous.
Vince is going to be if he watched anything in WWE at all, he's going to be watching this match drooling. Like this is
drooling is going to be the best thing he's doing. I'll let you figure out what else I was talking. Yeah.
Well, I also had other things in mind, and I refrained myself. I've already got 2 F-bombs for the stream. So I figured I'd kind of play it a little bit nice here. Why tempt fate? Both nights got Lesnar. He's been punked for weeks by Oba. His final match. Oh yeah, his final match he will lose. Okay,
You think this is his final match?
No, I think what he's saying is that he wins Oba. He wins Oba, and then maybe I think
Gunther retires him at SummerSlam.
Maybe Gunther does retire. I'll tell you this: if it's not Gunther, it's going to be somebody that Brock respects. It's going to be somebody that Brock kind of feels that can,
take
match
the mantle
up against him. But again, like other than Randy, Gunther might make the most sense. Because Gunther. Actually, I was thinking about Randy and Rey Mysterio, but Brock is in that mix, right? He's
right.
He's part of that Randy Cena class
that time period
that came out of that OVW class, right? So it makes all the sense in the world. Okay, so Ian and I are split. I'm still going to go with Brock. Chief agrees with me. Feel you, man. Okay, so now actually, what I was going to do? I was going to actually restart the music here a little bit. There we go. Okay. All right.
It's going to be a good match, though.
Absolutely.
Not a 5-star classic. It's going to be over under 10 minutes or over. More than 10 minutes. Will it be longer than a 10-minute match?
Under 15.
Under 15. All right.
I think under 15. I can see going 12, 13, something like that. But like, not like because here's the thing. I hope it doesn't go like 8 minutes. Like I want it to be something where they're like really kind of playing it out and have some opportunity to really kind of show something, especially for Oba here. So I think like a 12 to 13 seems to feel better to me in my head. But that all depends on the card and how just the timing on things goes, right?
Sure. And she said if Oba losing won't hurt him. He made it at Raw, and then he cut that great promo. 15 at least. Oba gets cocky, and the veteran gets the upper hand from a mistake. Okay, I can see that. That's
kind of where my head's kind of trying to. I don't know if it goes a full 15, but it's gonna be. I figure it's gonna be in that 12 to 15 ballpark. But
is Paul Heyman gonna play a role? Play a part?
Absolutely, because he has no vision to like actually do anything for him now. So he might as well milk Brock Lesnar here. Like maybe actually swerve on Brock to then take on Oba.
You see where I was just
maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna say
It's Paul freaking Heyman.
Paul is all about that next guy.
Who else is he gonna latch himself onto?
I mean, right? He's very big on riding whatever gravy train's heading up.
Oba as a heel. Oba as a heel. Does
Oba need a mouthpiece? That's what it comes down to.
He actually doesn't. It doesn't hurt him, but Oba
doesn't hurt anybody to have
Oba as Oba as he's presented is. I mean, he's really actually not bad on the mic. He really isn't terrible. Maybe it's something where now granted
he's better than Brock, especially at the time.
If you want to learn how to work the mic, having Paul Heyman at your side and in your ear and everything else, man. But you see him as champion in the next 18 months. I'm not mad at that statement. I'm not mad at it at all, man. I mean, I think that Oba is, and if WWE's smart, they'll put some gold around his waist pretty soon.
Well,
and at least something where like, and here's the trick. I guess the question is that I say soon. I'm saying soon relative to the heavyweight cycle, right? Yeah. So I think 18 months makes sense.
That's a nice.
I'm not saying SummerSlam. I'm saying relative to the cycle of the heavyweight belt. Because I think putting like an IC belt on him is doing him a disservice. I think that they need to do a build on him. And yeah, he's someone that you could do a 2-year run, 18 months. The Chiefs' point, I can see.
Let's talk about the John Cena retirement match, or not match, but Saturday Night Main Event, the event itself. One of the guys that was there was Oba. And it was basically showcasing the future that was Cena's kind of push. Cena
handpicked the people to
be on that match or in that night. Oba was one of them, and who was he with that night? He was with Cody. Him and Cody were.
Because and I think the reason why they put Cody in there was because you had like. You were guaranteed a good match run because Oba's still getting his feet under him. And again, kind of like what I was talking about Becky, like Cody's one of those guys, like you can put in with just about anybody and Cody's going to make sure you're going to have a solid match, if not a very good match, if not an exceptional match. It just, the rest of that's on Oba.
The floor is average.
Absolutely.
The floor
above
is
average.
Yeah,
I think with
above
Cody,
average.
above average. Like,
above average.
like Obo would have to completely shit the bed. Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, and so
No,
I think with, and he says, I don't want Obo rushed, especially, this is Chief again. And how creative has been lately. Yeah, take your time. I agree. I think again, I think that's where that 18 month to 2, like, again, that's where I'm like 18 to 2 years for me right now. Seems like a very good mark where you can really start to
see, and to match up with that, as far as like the 18-month run, let's say maybe not WrestleMania next year, but SummerSlam, not 4 or 5 months from now, SummerSlam, but 2027
SummerSlam.
2027 SummerSlam. Let's say Cody has been champ for a while and has gotten,
or Randy.
Or Randy wouldn't be for that long, but I'm saying Cody for a reason. There's a reason. There and again, thinking
because
Cody
I would just love to see that match. But
no, fair enough.
Give me
You can
Randy,
have that match
again,
along
you
the way somewhere else.
talk about, and then give me Randy eating it.
So if you have that and you have a champ, whoever it is, even if it's, I mean, it could be Roman, whoever it is, just, you're kind of sick of them. You know what I mean? Like, you're just sick of that dude. And then you have Oba coming. Oba's like a perfect person who's been building this whole time and has just been wrecking shop. And now he gets in a program with Cody, or that guy to push him over the top.
We got again something from Peter here, which is a whole another interesting comment. And, like, truthfully, I believe Rick Rude would have thrived in the Attitude Era had Brett not been screwed, and he could have worked with Owen so much. I'm thinking like much more. Like one that whole time period around the WWE wrestlers going into WCW was a very interesting mix. Rick, I agree, especially at the tail end, was being heavily underutilized in the WWE. I think that Rick, in that around that time period, could have worked as a kind of a hybrid wrestler coach role, manager role, kind of, to help build up the younger stock. Because Rick, despite his character in the ring, Rick Rude, the wrestler, actually had like a very, like, kind of like Ric Flair, in the sense that he actually had a big drive to push younger wrestlers and help to drive things.
Oh, that's why he was part of DX originally. The original. Yeah.
And so I think that, I mean, it was just injuries, but also Rick. See, the other trick with Rick Rude is that I can't remember the name of the insurance company. There was a big issue with an insurance company that a lot of wrestlers ended up getting in with. Like, they had like basically insurance contracts with this one company, and that actually kept Rick Rude from wrestling because he couldn't maintain, like, it was a weird thing where he couldn't wrestle and then turn around and maintain the insurance to take care of the nagging injuries that he had built up. It was I want to say it was like out of England. I'm blanking on the name, but that actually also kept, I just remembered this is something that kept Rick Rude from actually being a wrestler in the ring, because he couldn't be an active wrestler. And it's not as bad as it, but it's kind of that, you got insurance for breaking your foot, and then I see you break dancing on the street.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
It's the old sports thing when it comes to
this
stuff like
thing,
that.
right? So
Yeah.
I wonder, but also at the same time, listen, one of the greatest travesties that ever happened to anyone, but also I think to the world of professional wrestling, was Owen Hart's death. One, the way it happened never should have happened, period. But also, you want to talk about someone, and understand the priority is the loss to his life and then the loss to his family and everything else.
Sure.
But I don't think I'm remiss in saying that wrestling fans were robbed of one of the greatest talents to ever put on the tights. Period. And I think, I think Rick with the insurance crap, and then if Owen could have been around at the same time, oh, come on, man. That's nothing. There's nothing but good stuff there. If you could have prolonged Rick's run and then have Owen still around,
stay. Yeah.
I mean,
for sure.
No arguments from me, man. Like that's.
Well, and as far as from my side, I mean, I like Owen better than that other guy from the Hart family, anyhow. So, any chance you get, the more Owen, the better.
So let me bring. I'm trying to bring up the right. Yeah, question. Okay.
Right what?
Yep. Question for you guys. See Triple H still around in 2027? Looks like they're putting all the blame on him for the lackluster performance with Mania, even though time's hard right now. I
say yes. I don't think Trips is going anywhere. Quite frankly, they could build that into a storyline. I know where you're going. Like, I'm not knocking it as like, that's crazy. Of course he's going to be around. I think he will. That's my take. But Jarrett, Jarrett, jump in. What do you think?
Oh, man, this is a sticky wicket. Because on one hand, because also I'm coming in with knowledge that Ian knows about my situation that I'm not going to talk about right now, but dear God, I have no faith in corporate America right now. Ian's laughing. He's like, word.
Understood.
And to me right now, I think the poison pill is TKO. Right? Now, to be fair, in the same way, I recognize, at least from my perspective, I recognize that as what I see as an obvious statement. Now, there's some nuances to that. Just because the leadership of a company like TKO is horribly negligent doesn't mean they actually take the blame.
In fact, for the most part, companies that are negligent or never take they
find a fall guy.
Yeah, somebody's got to be a fall guy, and it can't be them. It's never them. Like that would be
My question and why I'm not just going like straight to the point here is because I don't know how the contract is written, because that dictates a lot, because we're dealing with someone who was at the head of creative in a very high role when the company was bought, right? So then in turn, that opens up like the potential for very long-standing contracts that TKO may not necessarily be able to execute until a certain point in time. or they could do what a lot of companies do. Basically, effectively, what they're doing is saying, okay, we're going to give you we're going to pay out your entire contract plus XYZ, and then publicly make him the fall guy. But he'll get his kind of like golden parachute type of thing. But remember, there is still some, we're talking about trips here, but we still have Stephanie in the mix as the lone family member with serious ownership stock in the company before or even after it was sold.
Right.
So that's another bump in the conversation that I don't know enough of the details of how that was carved out and how that
I think we could do it. We could probably do an evening stream
around that,
around that topic, because
parameters of that.
There's also like Rock could be involved in this, because remember, Rock and Triple H storyline and not storyline are not always, let's say, on the same page. And
that's true. That is true.
That's another piece. I don't want us to go too far away from talking about WrestleMania tonight.
Yeah, you're right. The only thing I would say there is, don't overestimate Rock's power here.
No, fair enough.
Let me in terms of ownership, in terms of actual just true like monetary, some political play maybe, but in terms of actual like actionable,
I'm only talking political
actionable power.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother ball game. It's too many cooks in the kitchen. It's dude, this is the comment of the night.
Yeah.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, not all Triple H's fault. 100%.
And half of those cooks don't know how to cook. I mean, let's just, for lack of a better term, there's a lot of newbie to first time in the kitchen people. They're not wrestling people. They may be business people, but they're not wrestlers. They're not wrestling.
No, then to your analogy, basically we've got some like German. You're asking some German bread chefs,
right,
to cook jambalaya.
That's good. Yeah, good call. Right.
It's about that, or like paella, like how far down the spectrum can you get? It's not even. We're literally talking about apples and oranges. That's my problem to begin with. Wrestling, for all of its faults, and I remember watching both the like what could be considered in terms of the purest prime, not the financial prime, but the purest prime of boxing and wrestling. Boxing was never pure. Wrestling was never really truly pure. But as close as they got to the highest kind of revenue, popularity, everything else, and then also just being the purest of themselves, right? And this is when you're dealing with like Hulk versus Andre. You're dealing when Randy Macho Man Savage was in the mix. When we're dealing with Mike Tyson in the ring. When we're dealing with all this stuff. We're dealing with a very shiesty business at its core. But it was understood. Somebody was talking about how like they missed a time when Las Vegas was run by gangsters versus the corporations getting involved in all this shit.
Right.
You know what? I don't think they're wrong. There's a corporationism around things right now that is getting way out of hand. And I think TKO is just the TKO
and
of
as
this business.
Chief was pointing out, ESPN's heavily involved with Pat McAfee, absolutely. And then Speed being as heavily involved. And we talked about Speed earlier as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right when it comes to them being active. But I don't want us to get too far off. I was going to say,
no, you got to go.
Let's go ahead and.
Okay, so here's my trick. This is the only thing I care about. This is the only question I have. My next match is Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio. I don't give two shits who wins. My question is this: does the Demon show up?
I say yes.
I fucking
say yes.
So.
I say yes. We talked about this the last stream.
I hope so. I want to see the Demon. If it's the Demon, he gets the damn belt. Because why don't you give it to him? Because, dear God, that whole thing. Just the last time he brought the Demon out, he lost.
Mm-hmm.
He needs a win as the Demon. The whole thing, just the crawling on the floor, the smoke, the whole thing. The reason why he does this to begin with, the tassels off the head, the whole freaking thing, just the painted gaping maw through his chest. Just give me
the venom look.
Give me the Demon. Give me the fucking Demon, and I don't care who wins. But to be honest, I'm gonna vote for the Demon. It's Anything else to say about that one?
No, I agree. I think Ben should get it. So, and yes, I'm all for the Demon. He should definitely be it. So,
Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams on night 2. This one,
lemon pepper steppers.
I in a way, to me, my idea here, my thought process is Trick wins, and this is kind of like similar. We've had some of similar arcs here that we've been talking about, but Sammy in particular has been seriously soul searching, right? And he talked to Randy even before Randy beat the living crap out of Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy was asking him about that whole thing, the demons in your head and everything like that. And then Randy effectively basically told him, hey, look, Sammy, sometimes you got to let the demons win. Sometimes you got to let the voices win. Basically, I mean, in a nutshell, it was hey, sometimes you just got to let the voices just do what they do. And then he turned around and beat the living crap out of Cody. So I'm thinking Trick wins this one, and then Sammy just goes full Kevin Owens.
Just loses it.
Like Kevin, when Kevin Owens went on his full just unhinged tirade. Sammy needs a vacation. Well, now maybe, but it's weird the way they've been pushing him. It's been a weird dynamic, and maybe this because they haven't had sense, but he's been kind of doing this whole soul searching thing.
To that bad creative thing.
He's been talking to all these people, trying to figure out what makes sense and everything else. Having missed him, I'm not mad at that idea, but I don't think this is the right time.
Yeah, I think they've put too much story into him so far.
It seems like it seems like a waste. It seems like a loss of it. I think that they could have him go on that again, kind of like that Kevin Owens. He needs to snap like Kevin Owens did. Carmelo got screwed. He carried SmackDown for 4 months. Yeah.
He did. And eventually the story is going to get back to, that's actually another reason for Trick to win and get the belt.
Because then you can bring Carmelo into the story.
Then they
He's
can go off
already
and
in
have
that.
their
Yep.
own little match, and
They're gonna
Sammy can just go
Well, not just a
completely
match,
insane.
but a program. They could have a
Right,
whole
that's what I'm
thing
saying.
there,
Right,
like
yeah.
a whole run there, right? So I think, yeah. All right, Trick. It's gonna be Trick. It's gonna be Trick. Now, my favorite match of the night, Mommy versus Jade.
Mommy, right?
Oh,
Is anybody? Did anybody pick Jade?
And, like, come on now.
What we doing?
Now.
What are we doing?
Mommy, unlike Randy, hasn't been eaten as much, but Mommy is still Mommy. Mommy will always be Mommy, and Mommy tells me what to think, when to eat, when to go to bed, when to breathe, when to.
So, well, I'm gonna cut you off right there. That was a good spot to cut you off.
Ian knows that's not true,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
because didn't nobody told Jarrett nothing, but
Chief brought up a good one. He said he got Jade, and that they're waiting for Bianca. Is Bianca healthy? Bianca got hurt.
Good God. When are we going to bring Bianca back?
She's been gone for a while. How long has she been gone?
Bianca in the mix. Now I know we got Lash kind of coming up. We've got some players in the mix, but we need Bianca. It's like that name that we don't have that.
She's been out a year.
Yeah.
She has been gone for a year. She got hurt last WrestleMania. I thought it was, but I had to look just to make sure.
And just as there's nothing saying like that she had a baby or anything. It was strictly an injury thing.
She suffered a serious finger and knuckle injury.
Not a fan of Jade, by the way. She has the look, but no ring skill. And
I know she's been working on it. I'm sure all of that, et cetera, et cetera. I agree.
That was the thing is I don't disagree with the statement. But I'm more. It's interesting because in a way it's like, you know, like Jade, like now Jade's on a similar arc, and I think she's had more time because she's been healthy to build up that like kind of ring acumen, right? And I think that if Bianca hadn't gotten hurt, she would have been on a similar trajectory, you know. But at the same time, it's kind of that sometimes it is a matter of having some names and the fact that she has a gimmick that works. And she has a ring. She has a presence.
She does. She has a presence, but she's not. So she's not great in the ring, and she's not great on the mic. What she could use, I think, is a Paul Heyman,
a manager of sorts, someone to help kind of
somebody that it lets her stand and be awesome looking, as far as an imposing figure, et cetera, while not exposing her weaknesses on a week in, week out basis. If she's not a great in-ring person, and she's not great with promos, all you have is a look. So, okay, work with the look. Like get her somebody that can talk for her. Putting her in the stable where she was with, behind Bianca and why am I blanking on her name? married to the Uso. Oh shoot, I just totally blanked.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of it either. But yeah. Neon green.
Yeah. Having her in that group made sense. It let her stand. She could be physically imposing, all of that stuff, but she didn't talk a lot. Or she was more like the hype man, a little bit of the hype man. Not quite, but you know what I'm saying. That she was the person that So
again, it's kind of that tag dynamic. But you don't even necessarily have to have them as a tag team.
No,
it's just that kind of that run.
You
where
need someone to talk for her.
Yeah. Or at the very least be exciting kind of dynamic. But I mean, I mean, like Bianca, like that's why I keep bringing up Jade. And you're right. And that's why I brought this up, Chief. Maybe WWE doesn't know how to book Jade because she was booked better in AEW. But I also wonder, is it because she's shown through the muck a bit more in AEW potentially? And I love AEW. I love AEW, but AEW is what AEW is. And I think when Jade went to WWE, in my head, it made all the sense in the world because in my mind,
people are in the wrong spot.
Where she can really grow. Like where she is, if she stayed at AEW, she would have just stagnated. It had just been like here and that's it. Her going to WWE,
gonna push her.
Just to be honest, Jay would have benefited if they still had live event. She needs
reps. That's actually that's a
absolutely reps. No question. Absolutely. Yep. 100% with you, bud. Chief coming in with some really good fucking questions and points,
heck
man.
yeah.
Like, dude.
He's
loving
just
the conversation.
WrestleMania. Man. That's what it is. Heck yeah. We appreciate you.
So, okay, we're calling mommy because mommy is mommy.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jade wins, but to be fair, Rhea kind of really needs to get this in. Although, I don't know, both of them kind of need it. You know, this might be, in a way, this is what I'm really going to be kind of curious about to see how it goes, in a way. But anyway.
I could see Bianca coming back here and interfering one way or the other.
Ooh, that would be fun. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Right? So now, the finger is up. I'm acknowledging the fact that Roman Reigns is in this match. I'm not calling anything yet. I am very
interested to hear.
I'm not calling Cena retired. Randy and Seth Reigns, Punk retire. What do you see next in WWE?
Dom.
All right. Now that okay. Let me.
Dom and MJF.
I'm gonna pin this question right now, only because I can't. I'm not gonna touch that just yet.
We'll come back to it.
We got to get through this.
Let's get through CM Punk and our Reigns, and then
we got the main event of the second night to go.
Yep.
And we got CM Punk against the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. And good
and
Lord, this match. It's well, listen, don't even like listen, holla at your boy. Okay,
I'm sitting back and letting. I was gonna say I want to hear Jarrett go on this one a little bit.
Let me.
This might be. You know what? We're gonna Why don't you do this one solo?
Well,
I'll
actually,
Be back for a sec.
Okay. Okay, I'll talk about the ifs, ands, or buts about it solo.
Yep.
No problem. And then we'll when you get back, I'll give my answer. It's a very quick one.
Yep.
It's a quick one. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. We'll get back to Ian here. As we go back as he takes a quick little break here. Let me expound on this here. So this match is very, very interesting. The storyline behind this match is probably the one that I'm, to be fair, maybe a bit more confused by. I'm more confused about Roman. CM Punk's being CM Punk. Like, I'm not surprised or confused about how CM Punk is handling this. I'm more confused about Roman. I don't know exactly where he's coming from. I'm going to drop. Don't let me forget about your question, Peter, about what's next here. Because the only reason why I'm dropping it is because I do want to bring up Chief's point about we got Roman winning, and who is this we he keeps mentioning? Please, Lord, no more Pat. And I don't think it'll be Pat, but the first thought that comes into, at least, and I'm not saying this is it, but the first thought that comes into is The Rock, right? And over to Ian, I can hear you, and you let me know when you're. Yep. My first thought there is The Rock, but I'm not sure that I totally agree with that. I'm worried about it. Now, if this would have been maybe 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been as concerned, but with everything now and a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about with TKO, with Rock's ownership shares in TKO, and then what does that mean for WWE, which, let's make clear, WWE, the business that a lot of us grew up with, is unfortunately a subsidiary now. That's what we're dealing with.
None of the people that were in charge of bringing wrestling to the forefront are there anymore. Not in positions of complete power.
Yeah. So when we talk about Trips maybe being on the chopping block, and we talk about Roman talking about a we, or are we overthinking it? And we is probably the Usos and the Bloodline and everything else. So again, Chief, dear God, dude, I'll give you a goddamn golden star, buddy.
I got.
Here's a trick. Here's a trick. In a way, this is almost what I hope they go with, or maybe a merging of MFT or something right now, anything involving The Rock, I don't trust. So if we go with the Usos, if we go with Solo, if we go with anything else, because I actually really kind of like the MFT thing in a weird way, only because I know Solo's work to an extent, but like I know like Jeff Cobb's work, I know the Gorillas of Destiny's work, and that big tall MFer like the Gorillas of Destiny are the progeny of Meng. Yeah, I'm already kind of at a certain level here, and I'm waiting for them to just kind of drop down. Like, dude, come on. But also again, the Gorillas of Destiny, I always fuck up the names. Tongaloa and Tonga. Dear God, I'm too drunk to do that, and I am so sorry to any Samoans that are listening to me slaughter their names, because there was a time I could rattle off their names just off point, because that's what I was saying. The tag team Gorillas of Destiny through New Japan. I mean, they're part of the Bullet Club. They're just the history there, and they're Meng's progeny. They have a place in history in wrestling, and if they are the We or the Usos or anything else like that, they've been a rivalry with the Riot Six for half a year. Just end it. I agree.
That needs to end.
Dude, you want to talk about... No
one cares about the lantern or any other of that ridiculousness at this point.
Okay, so from a performance perspective, there's the concept of dropping the ball. At New Year's, there's the concept of dropping the ball. Take the biggest ball that was ever dropped at New Year's, multiply it by 5, and you are still not reaching the ineptitude that WWE had for what they did with the Wyatt Six.
Oh my goodness. How do you mess that up? Repeatedly.
I can't fathom. And I'm assuming people lost jobs, but I'm sorry. Again,
I don't know that they did.
As someone,
They've been the wrong people.
As someone at least still currently working in a Fortune 50 company right now, I cannot imagine that level of ineptitude,
right?
And still having your job on Monday. It like, it doesn't happen. It doesn't fucking happen. That's 4. How I'm keeping count. I'm spreading it out. I'm doing the things.
You do a great job. Yeah.
So they should have never moved away from Raw. The aesthetic on, dude. We need to bring Chief in as like we need to have a conversation with Chief. Dude. Okay, so wait a minute. Let me drop this one, because Chief, you're bringing in another good point. I haven't forgot about you, Peter. Because actually, okay, so we're gonna take this point on Chief again right now, and then we're gonna go to Peter, because Peter also asked a very good question, and I told him we're gonna get back to it. They should have never moved away from Raw. The aesthetic on Raw fits them better. I agree, because especially the aesthetic of Raw during the Monday Night Wars. The Monday Night Wars were driven by, I don't know,
No, I think
Monday night. Like,
well, I think he's talking about the either the Wyatt Six, keeping the Wyatt Six on
keeping the Wyatt Six on Raw.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to my same point, because the core of Raw, even as it's been diluted, has still been like this avenue of driving new things, because it's the first thing you watch after the pay-per-view.
Sure. Right.
That's the core. That and that's the dynamic that Raw sat with once they split to 2 nights. Again, to kind of compete
it's a good point, though. Raw does tend to be more of a play into that. Supernatural is the only way I can really describe it, but a little bit more of that.
It's
SmackDown is more the Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, that ilk, not the
where again. This is where the reason behind that was before they did the when things really started to gel and find a rhythm, when the WWE initially solidified belts. So you had the world belt, and then you had you still had the Intercontinental and the US belt.
Sure.
Okay. You had an opportunity to have, so the Intercontinental belt again was kind of more of a stepping stone belt to actually kind of start to build people in to get into the world belt cycle. The US belt ultimately ended up taking over the role of the Intercontinental belt, where it was the every night, every show, kind of the working belt, right? The problem where they ran into was when they had like US belt, Intercontinental belt, European belt, everything else, and they're starting to run into that again. I don't know. I don't even know if I answered the question. What I'm saying is there's too many goddamn belts. And it's hard to drive momentum. But Raw, okay, yeah. So Raw is a good place because it is that first night of the week. It's that first kind of show of the week where then you can make an impact for the week. And that impact that the Wyatt Six made, where they decimated the backstage, and you had Uncle Howdy just kind of doing his little swagger and just kind of swinging his cane, doing his little song and everything else. It made an impact.
Oh, for sure. Without point, yeah.
And I think that's where, and you're talking about kind of the supernatural side of it, but it's more about how are you making that impact to begin the week? How are we driving the viewer cycle to like drive in? You know.
Sure.
You know, it's
so. Let me just jump back as we. Well, I'm gonna wrap up for me. I'm gonna have to go. It's 3 a.m. for me, so I'm probably gonna have to.
So
I'm gonna have to.
I think it's
for CM Punk. I was gonna say CM Punk, Roman Reigns. Let me do that, and then Jarrett. I was gonna say Jarrett will probably jump in for the rest of it.
Yeah.
I'm going Roman. I don't see. And I think you go Roman.
I think I think it has to be. I think it has to be because what else do you do with them? Like really, outside of some kind of shenanigans where then you're kind of, I don't know, maybe Drew gets pissed and then messes around with this match. I really hope not. Dear God, don't do that.
Here's the thing with Punk. Punk has gone off on so many people lately. There's lots of people that could have an axe to grind. Like he could have Rock could come out. Oh,
that is also fair.
Rock could come out
fair.
Like he's had so many. He's shot in so many different directions. He's hit so many different people. It could be anybody, and you go, yeah, that's solid. That makes sense. Cena could turn on him at. I don't know why he would, but I'm just saying.
He's the host of the whole night, so the whole thing. So
I think he's.
I think,
and also what you had mentioned earlier about him having his moment in Chicago, the last pay-per-view.
Right. I think.
I mean, he came out to the Jordan theme. I know it's the Bulls theme. I'm a Bulls fan.
But it might as well be the Jordan.
But that's Jordan's. That's just Jordan's thing.
Somebody needs to take Jordan's name off of that song, basically.
Yeah.
Good luck, but you know.
Yeah.
It's so funny because I have been arguing. I remember not too long ago being sick of Roman being the champion.
I know, right?
But at the same, but hey, you know what? How can I miss you if you don't go away? He went away.
He went away.
And now he's back. And I think it's his time again. Hey, listen, man. I really appreciate this. Peter's talking about it, says, I love both your debates on wrestling, man. I appreciate that so much, man. Because Ian and I a long time
having everybody
friends,
hopping on. Yeah, for sure. We've
basically what it is like. We've been yapping to each other for so long about wrestling, about sports, about so many other things, playing games together. And so we basically put this channel together.
We were going to be doing this either way. But we figure we might as well also have other people involved in the conversation. That's what it goes down. That's what it goes down to.
If everyone's, if anyone else coming on board and talk about this, the things that we love to talk about.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree. That's not the point.
Absolutely. Honestly, the disagreement is that iron sharpens iron. Like we don't always agree. Jared and I, we come at wrestling, we come at sport in general from very different directions.
Different perspectives.
So we absolutely have that.
Yep.
I know you were going to jump on a few of those other points. I'm going to call it right here just for me because I know. See, here's the bad.
If you don't stop,
this is what happens because I enjoy doing this so much. What will happen is I will turn, and we have done this. We have been on stream. So I'm on the East Coast in case you haven't figured it out. I'm on the East Coast, so for me it's 3 a.m. Jared's
I'm in mountain time. I'm
he's
2 hours back. Yep.
So, but there have been more than one stream that we have gotten to talking, and I have seen the sun go down and come back up.
Watched it back up.
Yeah, I watched it. Oh, yeah.
It's even worse when I'm watching the sun come back up again.
Yeah,
but yeah.
When you've seen the sun come, there have been times that it may have been dark when we started, but you've seen the sun come up, which means it's been up for a while for me.
We know.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call it.
Absolutely.
Don't forget those the other questions as well. Peter had put in a couple from earlier as well. So Peter, next time, sorry, buddy. We'll be on this weekend. I was gonna say we will be streaming both nights.
Both nights will be on. So if you're watching WrestleMania and just want to hang out and chat about stuff, I really appreciate it.
Chief's gonna be at it. So I mean, he's gonna be at WrestleMania.
Chief's gonna be at it.
Yeah.
Peter, I really hope to see you here on the stream. I'm gonna get
appreciate
the
y'all. Appreciate everybody.
Situation figured out too. But yeah. Absolutely. So Ian, much love, man. Hope you get some rest. And I'm gonna hang out a little bit with folks.
Yeah,
see if there's any other questions or anything else.
Appreciate everybody. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
See you Saturday. WrestleMania week.
See you Saturday,
Let's go.
buddy. Let's go.
Later, fam.
All right. Now that we got that fool out of there. See, it's great because you can hear me, I can hear you, and they can't hear you. So I could say all kinds of stuff. And all right. Love you, brother. Yeah. Oh, I got a key. He's like, oh, I got a keyboard. I can talk all kinds of shit. So when Peter, okay, Peter, I don't want to, wait a minute. Like there was a question you had, oh yeah, Cena. Okay. So let me bring this up, bud. Okay. Cena retired. If Andy, Seth, Reigns, and Punk retire, who do you see next in WWE? So my initial thought there, and I don't think Ian would disagree, is obviously Oba on the men's side. I think Sol Ruka on the women's side has so much runway in front of her that I hope that she can take advantage of. Her style is risky, and so I definitely hope she doesn't get hurt. But I think she has a lot of runway in front of her. I think she has style. I think she has ring acumen and athleticism to spare. And then it's more of a question of how she does on the mic. Now, what I've seen from her on the mic, for where she is and how young she is, I think she can grow that. And so I see some big opportunities for her there. We have Lash Legend. I think she's just given her build, given her just, and again, similar to Soul, I think given her tenure in the wrestling business, I think she has some reasonable mic skills. I think she also has some athleticism here that she can play with. I don't know. What do you got? What do you think, Peter? I'd be curious to see what anyone else thinks there. On the men's side, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, I am very curious about the Trick Williams and how he positions himself, and then how we get the challenges there. I think that especially if he wins here, and that's kind of, in a way, I kind of hope he does. I think it's more interesting. Although Sammy's one of those guys that I've just been eternally rooting for, and I think that's part of his character too. Which, okay, fine, you sold me, okay, but I think we have an opportunity with Trick here to broaden out the scale here, because I think that it opens up the doors here. Sammy's got to go heel. Sammy's got to go heel. He has to go heel. I can't see how it makes sense for him not to go heel now. Given the backstage vignettes that he's had with different wrestlers, I think he also deserves his Kevin Owens crash out moment. He kind of went there a little bit here and there, but I'm talking about like just a full on, just violent crash out. And if Kevin Owens could ever get healthy and bring him back, it'd be interesting to do a switch on the dynamic and make Kevin Owens the voice of reason. Maybe that would be pretty cool, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I need to let this WrestleMania weekend happen and let it process and then see how things go, I think. And we still have SmackDown in between. That's something that, if anything like super major happens, that's not just, how hurt is KO still? I don't know. That's been a question mark for a while. I hope he's not like career ending hurt. I mean, dude's never wrestled a long career style ever from his beginning. Dude's been a cannonball his whole professional career. And I don't know. Ultimately, I think the right approach is I would love to see him back in the ring, but if it's too much of a risk for him to physically come back, then don't do it. I think that also Kevin Owens is a student of the game. He's an appreciator of the wrestling business. He loves the wrestling business. And I think that his knowledge and some of the interviews that I've seen him on and some of the opportunities where he's been able to be on the mic and everything, I think that he can easily parlay his work into some kind of a commentary role and have some clout there. I think that he's someone that can stand up against somebody and say, don't push it, don't push me, don't bring me back into that ring, because if you do, I will end you, kind of thing. Where if he's able to then down the road put in a match or two or three, whatever it is, in the right position, that would be interesting. I don't know. There's so much weighing on the decisions being made with this WrestleMania. But at the same time, as I'm kind of struggling with figuring out how they're going to play certain story beats, I love the card. The card is incredible. I mean, we got CM Punk versus Roman Reigns. We got Jade versus Mommy. We got Brock versus Oba freaking Femi. If anything else, again, like, I know we joked about this, but big men slapping man meat sells tickets and it gets eyeballs, and those two dudes are going to destroy that ring. it's what it's how they're built, and I'm all for it. But at the same time, we got Finn Balor, and this better be the demon. You think, okay, all right, London. Let's talk about this. I think Braun Breaker returns in WrestleMania 42. I was wondering about that Sammy Gunther match a bit. You know, just looking at it straight. Excuse me. Looking at it straight, you know, Gunther pinning or beating Seth is not the play. So then you have the flip side of it about Seth beating Gunther. And although I see that as the better option, I'm not entirely happy with that either. Again, I'm not mad at Gunther going away for a bit, especially again, we talked about this in stream earlier. I don't know if you're here, around the, you know, Gunther, if he's going to be playing this kind of legend killer role, then he needs legends to kill, right? But then, yeah, you see you see Braun coming in to screw Seth. I don't disagree with that at all. I could easily see if Braun is like he doesn't have to be quite healthy enough to go, but he could be healthy enough to come in with a spot and then, you know, put Seth into a move and you know. But you don't want to pull that card and wait on it too long. There's enough story going around where you could hide it a little bit, and then maybe have Braun come in a couple weeks. If I guess it's just a matter of, you know, how healthy is Braun right now, and I don't know. So, but I would love to see Braun back. I think that he adds an energy and a legitimate threat to the men's roster that I think that, you know, makes a lot of sense. And then, okay, so yeah, to another point, right? It's kind of the flip side on the women's side. And we talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream. Like, when's Bianca coming back? She's been gone for a very long time. Now, look, take the time you need to heal from whatever it is that took you out. You got to do what you got to do. Bianca's been gone for a long time. And Ian and I were talking about, you know, back in like Royal Rumble, maybe not so much Elimination Chamber, but definitely during Royal Rumble, we're curious to see if she might be an entrant. You know, yeah, it's, oh, I miss Bianca. We need her. She's been gone for, oh yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, I think we pegged her at least a year, maybe a little bit over a year now. And she has a style. She has a personality. She has something on screen that we don't necessarily have quite right now in the women's division. She plays off of people so well. So you could put her against an Alexa Bliss. You could put her against a Liv Morgan. You could put her against a Rhea Ripley. It's because she's, you know, on the shorter side, but she's extremely strong at the same time. I also assume maybe Naomi is a return. Actually, yeah, that's the name we were trying to remember. Naomi. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, maybe not quite yet, but that's another, again, from a personality standpoint, in the women's division that we really need to bring in. I think they've been trying to force some personality around Charlotte that she's just not able to deliver, with Alexa Bliss, because they've been lacking some personality. They've got solid athletes, they've got solid wrestlers, but they don't have as much personality in the mix. And then, yeah, Bronson, I mean, yeah, the whole vision, and again, this is something that we were touching on just a little bit. But yeah, Bronson Reed getting hurt, Braun Breaker getting hurt, hell, Seth getting hurt has pretty much decimated the momentum of the vision. I mean, I say it out loud. It's a very obvious statement, but it's unfortunate that has happened the way it did, because they were really kind of building up to something. Yeah, I don't like Logan and Austin Taz as tagged. I don't like Logan Paul, period. He's I'll give him his credit for what he can do in the ring, but as a person, I can't vouch for him, for anything that he does and any kind of success that he could possibly have. Yeah, Logan cheats in wrestling and Logan Paul cheats in life, period. It's just the nature of the beast there. It's yeah. So I mean, Logan Paul wouldn't have a spot in the WWE if Prime, the company that he owns, didn't buy the marketing that it did. Now, again, it's separate from any kind of in-ring critique, because I feel that Logan in the ring is actually very, very solid. But the Demon returns after 3 years. We need the Demon. I hope, please give me. I remember watching those like 2014, 2015 years of NXT with the Demon, that version of the Demon. And good God, every time the Demon came out, it was just a spectacle in all the right ways. And just, yeah, the excitement of, Finn Balor's ability in the ring. I remember watching him in early days like New Japan when he started the Bullet Club. When he was the Rock-a-Rolla, like Prince Devitt, just the whole thing. I remember what that dude could do. And the WWE, outside of his time in NXT with the Demon, really hasn't been able to showcase it effectively. It doesn't help that when he got his first chance and they were pushing him, really truly pushing him, and he had a championship won, and he had to turn it back because he got hurt. Oh man, yeah, it'd be so dumb for Demon to return and lose. I agree. The Demon better win against Dom. Dom doesn't need it. Nah, yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I think that if you're gonna bring the Demon back now, he better do the goddamn thing. You got Roman winning at Mania. I think, yeah. I don't know if, again, depending on when you call it the stream, I'm typically hanging out with my partner in crime, Ian. We're kind of closing things down now. I'm just kind of helping to cover questions, but we talked about it, and yeah, I think especially with Sam shine moment as champions in Chicago, I think it makes sense for CM Punk to lose and AJ Lee to lose. Yeah, we're talking about Javon. On paper, I think Javon, Ian agrees with Javon. The only question I had was, is it too early for him? Is it something where maybe he's not quite ready for it? But at the same time, this Intercontinental Championship, he's got all the motor in the world. So as a fighting champion and someone that can defend that belt consistently, you know what? I'm not mad at him as being the holder of the belt. I can see it. I can see it. But Ray at the other end of it, excuse me. I think it depends on where Ray is in his career, because he's gotta be losing time now. So does it make sense to put the belt on him there and a WrestleMania moment as an homage to just what he's done for the wrestling business, what he's done for luchadors, what he's done for Mexican, the culture, and not just Mexican, but just kind of Latin kind of culture, just representing that entire luchador ethic to a much grander scale across the board, especially his work in WCW and WWE. Man, I can't argue with giving him the belt either, because when are you gonna do it? Like, when are you gonna do it? You need to do it soon, and I think he deserves to have gold around his belt one more time. Okay, so then Trick Williams needs the U.S. title. Yeah, we pretty much figure Trick's gonna be the one to win the belt against Sammy. I think one, because Trick, for his progression, needs to get a belt now, but also I think that this is also something that can help push Sammy into going into full heel. I think Sammy needs a crash out mode. I think he deserves it, and I think he'd do a good job with it, but he needs to just go full on heel. I told Ian earlier that he needs to have his Kevin Owens heel turn moment. Just that. Just absolutely unhinged moment. And we haven't seen Sammy do that. I'd be very curious to see how that runs. Stephanie Vakir loses. Yeah. Again, I think the storyline is leading. Sorry, man. I'm getting late in my night here. I think all the signs storyline wise is leading to Liv Morgan being able to win here. I think Stephanie got the belt. I won't say too soon, but I think she needs to have some time. Stephanie Vakir needs some time wrestling from underneath, wrestling without the belt, and pushing to get a belt back again. Now, I hope WWE does it the right way, and maybe it's a shift to a different show. It's hard to say, but I think that she needs a change of scenery, a change of pace, something there. And I think Liv getting a belt right now makes all the sense in the world, the way the story is being told. Said, I hope Oba Femi gets called up after Mania. Oba, absolutely. You're wrestling Brock freaking Lesnar and WrestleMania. If you're not part of the main roster already, you are now. Absolutely. Do we see Rock return to WrestleMania? I don't, but maybe Cena gets into it with Rock. You know, I wouldn't be mad at a well-written back and forth between Cena and Rock. But if it's just something that helps to boost Rock's ego even more, or if it's just some dumb, poorly written back and forth, then don't waste my time. I don't need that. I don't care. I'm sorry, but like, Rock unfortunately has been very deeply soured for me. I don't see the benefit of him anymore. I don't. For whatever reason, whatever spoiled that entire thing with his supposed reasons for not showing up at WrestleMania for him completely destroying and wrecking the handoff of Cena becoming heel and never bringing him back into the mix to try and fix the problems made. Maybe it might be better off that he didn't show up. Either way, I'm concerned he's a poison pill now. And I'm thinking he's better off screen. McAfee with Randy is dumb. 110%. I'm curious if Randy was a fallback of a fallback of a fallback. I highly, highly doubt that Pat McAfee was their number one choice to be the man behind the phone call. I hope not, because dear God, that just points to a level of ineptitude that hurts my brain. I don't get it. I don't get it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I see no sense in it, and I hope this dies at WrestleMania so I can move on, because I don't need to see any more of this dynamic, whatever it is. See Jacob beating Drew at WrestleMania 42 as well. Yeah. Ian and I talked about that. All gas, no brakes. Jacob needs his win. It's been a minute since we've really been able to see him go. And I'm looking forward to a very solid match between these two. I like Drew in the ring. His personality is kind of meh. Ian just hates the guy. absolutely hates the guy, has nothing to say good about him, just doesn't get it. It doesn't resonate with him, which is fair. But I will say that I actually think that Drew is someone that can prove to be a solid competitor against the right people, and I think this is one of those matches where that makes a lot of sense. Gunther's not going to retire Seth, even if for whatever reason he beats Seth. This isn't a retirement match. And to be fair, I'm really thinking that Seth's going to get the win. He's just coming back, right? And he's building up momentum against the Vision. It doesn't make sense for him to lose here beyond some shenanigans from the Vision and or Paul Heyman or something, to where then you lead into a storyline there. I think Gunther needs to disappear for a little bit. Because my concern is that Gunther can get boring very quickly. So you need to be very careful in how you utilize him. And so I think that also, again, the timing of things. I think that like Gunther, if he's going to be maintaining this legend killer run a la Randy Orton, what do you do when you run out of legends for him to kill, right? And are we in the right place? Like, we have, like, the top three that come to mind are Rey Mysterio, Randy Orton, ironically, and then Brock Lesnar. I don't know exactly when any of them are calling it quits. I don't know the timeline on that. So I'll be very curious to see how that plays out. So it kind of makes sense to let Gunther kind of disappear for a little bit and then come back, build himself back up as a legitimate threat. And then if they want to maintain that kind of legend killer perspective, not that they have to, but if they want to do that with him, I think they're going to need to put him away and let him kind of sit on a shelf for just a bit and then come back and then pick that back up again. But also, one thing that we were talking about earlier was it would be more poetic for Dom to retire Rey. I think there's something there that kind of plucks at the heartstrings a little bit. It's that fight, and then maybe in that fight against Rey, maybe that kind of builds in and of itself a bit of a redemption arc for Dom. Not to say that Dom can't be kind of that lie, cheat, and steal a la Eddie Guerrero, the late great Eddie Guerrero. But oh man, he, the right writing, the right arc, the right position, we could have something there between him and Rey, which we really don't get, a father and son arc that leads to the father taking the defeat, but in then doing so leads to a redemption for the prodigal son. Man, that's an interesting story that I'd be very curious to see how it plays out. So, well, I have NXT stars I want to have come up after Mania. Yeah, well, Sol Ruka for sure. JC Jane, yeah. Oh, Lola Vice. Oh, yeah, I love me some Lola Vice. And I mean, like Joe Hendry, look, don't even get me started about Joe Hendry here.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
That's what I gotta say about that. I think that I think, yeah, I would love to see Joe Hendry come up because he is a character. He just has something that nobody can really explain, and I think it'd be great for him to come up. So Ruka, good God, as long as she doesn't break her neck. Oh man, I love everything she's doing in the ring. She's been probably the most exciting outside of maybe Javon Evans. I'd put Sol Ruka ahead of Javon. She is just a unique talent. I don't even know how to explain it, and I just hope that she can maintain it. My concern is that her style leads her to be a bit short-lived. Her mic skills are okay, but not great. But I think especially a good face run with her and helping to put her against the right folks. I mean, she's gonna make an impact because she has, and every match I've seen her in has just been incredible. The stuff she does. And then yeah, Lola Vice is incredible. JC Jane, I'm not as familiar with her, to be honest. So I'm not gonna speak on that. But if she's a rising talent in NXT, I hope she gets an opportunity to shine in the main roster too. Hope Jordan Grace comes back. Yeah. Little mommy pop. Was it little mama pump? She was playing this whole like Scott Steiner thing back in TNA. She's a wrecking ball. I think Jordan Grace is absolutely somebody that can come in. We were talking about like kind of with Bianca a little bit, you know. We need somebody with that. We need somebody whose ring style is exciting enough, but that can also work with the bigger gals like a Lash, like a Jade, like a Rhea. And both Bianca and Jordan have that. You know, they can move. They're smaller in stature, but they're ridiculously strong. And so they can do some interesting things with a lot of different people. And so I think that opens up the product in the ring. And ultimately, as wrestling fans, what do we want to see? We want to see good matches. And I think, yeah, I agree. I think Jordan Grace can add to that and add more options and more matchups and more things that you can do there. And yeah, I think that both her and Bianca, if either one of them and if both of them come back, the two of them in a program together, are you freaking kidding me? Come on now. both of them can talk, but Bianca especially, she's got just lines for days. She's not lacking in confidence at all. And I think that either one of them, man, I think that'd be freaking awesome. I think I think we need to wrap this up for the night. I'm really, really glad that we got so many new names coming into the chat. I got to figure out the Twitch situation. I think I might have lost some Twitch people here during the stream in my combined chat thing that I'm looking at. I really hope we haven't lost too many people. If I have, I apologize. I will definitely get that figured out by WrestleMania. Ian and I will be watching WrestleMania both nights this weekend. We'll be getting started, try and get on stream somewhere right before the start. And then we'll be watching both nights and just commenting and giving bits of play-by-play. But more importantly, we hope that we can get people coming on board and watching the stream. Watching the pay-per-view with us. And yeah, would love to have more people, more conversations, more questions, more anything you can bring to the table. We appreciate it. We love it. And we hope you are all having an incredible, blessed day. And with that, this is Gettingworked, signing out.